Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 9. Today, we are going to be following up on our momentum that we've had with building the Prism Daily research tool. Today, I want to focus on being able to answer interesting questions. So, I'm writing this doc right now. So, our deep research tool is our pro feature. It's like we're going to charge quite a lot for it, right? I think we named it Premiere, actually. But the general idea here is currently we've implemented this, right? We can answer historical questions, do like some cross asset things, but we want to get to the interesting questions like these, right? To be able to answer questions like this would be very powerful and would allow us to sell a lot better. Because if people see these types of questions, like imagine a scenario, right? You own Duolingo and we show you this question and we blur the answer behind, some sort of, um, just blurred. Doesn't really matter how, and you want to know that, right? But we are the ones who have answered this question, or at least given our estimate. We have to frame it as a research platform, right? These are our research opinions. Um, that's something that could get a user to pay this kind of money, right? And especially if we promise, hey, we're going to continually answer questions like this, right? Like that's how we could make this sticky. This currently is like it's kind of fun, right? Like you can get some maybe fun questions, but it's not going to justify this price. So where we would make the money is likely this price, right? Um, Unless we got a lot of users on the basic and pro plan. But the reason I want to focus on this too is because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. The To answer questions like this, it's going to require some creativity. It's going to require, um, you know, building something that is could potentially have a competitive edge, right? Like if you spend a lot of time thinking, building, and you suddenly have an analytics platform, like you can actually answer questions that no one else is following. There's a lot of questions that I am potentially interested in. I would want to track VR users. Um, I think right now VR scraping isn't really so much of a thing. Like, I can imagine maybe in the future it'll be like VR bots tracking sentiment based on what people are saying. I mean, that is a, that's the, this is a budding field, right? I mean, who knows when this actually takes off? It is my opinion. Eventually, virtual reality will be big, but it could take 10 years, right? But if you're right there, you're someone who's answering these questions, you're tracking sentiment throughout the world's tracking. Granted, you have to be, you are skirting the boundaries, right? So you have to understand, you know, what's going to be against the terms of service versus not. You don't want to do things that are, especially if you're tracking other, you don't want to track names because of GDPR. There's a lot of like legal aspects we definitely will learn about and understand before we implement a lot of this stuff. But with that said, this is something I'm very interested to explore. So I'll show currently where we are at with our platform. We were doing a refactor, I believe. Also was working on the shorts here. I'm adding some extra features. They're getting there, but there's some bugs. So let's see. I'm gonna here. Let's see. Hey Shri, how's it going? Hey, I haven't added that yet. Sorry. I'll add it tomorrow. It's kind of distracted. Let's see. Okay, I think must be loading our current daily brief. Also today, we're not only going to work on this, we're going to explore it. I think what I want to maybe try to do today is develop a pretty good plan of how I can answer some questions, like the VR question. There's another company I'm interested in is C Limited. So I have questions about like Shopee, default rates with their with money. You could maybe do something with sentiment analysis here. There's no highlight. And then how this would work is on our platform, we'd have this section, right? But we probably have a separate login for, I'm still thinking about it, but like maybe if you buy the Pro plan, there's a separate area for you. That would kind of solve some of our UI considerations, where it's like, you know, that UI would be very different. That's for a different kind of user, right? Someone who's interested in these kinds of questions, you know, it might be an Excel heavy user. So we have like a plugin, you know, a Chrome extension for them, you know, things like this, right? It's just kind of a different target audience, I think. Like we could have some of the aspects in the original just be a little different. This could be related to, because we did a big refactor, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's related to that. Go ahead and kill the... There we go. Yeah, it's probably related to our refactor. I gotta... Oh, here it is. It's on this one. Okay. Let me take a look. Are you doing multiple stream? I'm using a Restream. Allows you to send it to multiple places. I think I won't stash yet. I'm gonna see if it can. This is kind of weird here. Open up. Pretty sure. Gonna send that in. Stream paid, yes. Well, no, they have a free version, but if you don't pay, then they put stuff in your description. So currently we're getting this error. Currently we're getting this error. So let's go ahead and try to figure out how we would answer some of these questions. So we're currently expanding our deep research feature. I'm going to give you a list of questions. I want you to fill out the last few. Specifically, how we would answer them. Strategies. And then the way we market that is we definitely put that in communities everywhere. There's tons of communities we can answer this question, right? power users churning. Have to build up a little bit of a reputation. So you probably give some stuff free, right? Say this is what we found, use our data, bring them to your website. And then once you build a little bit of credibility, you start to yeah. Huge watermark. Do their public API? Do they actually have this available? Would this strategy actually work? Is this available? So there's an API to track the concurrent users in all of these. So this is a perfect example, right? You can build all these proxies of like VR chat, Rec Room. Granted, you have Steam VR, which is kind of a different question. You can answer how much, how many DAUs in the whole VR ecosystem. You can also try to focus on meta specifically, and we can try to come up with some strategies for specific. Let me look at what's going on here. Okay, it's just some TypeScript thing. Yep, all those are somewhat feasible. Oh, that's interesting. Scrapes metadata for all Quest Store apps daily. Let me go look at this. I might check it out. I might start with this question. We're going to do both Steam VR, just like the general ecosystem VR. Hey Miltosh, how's it going? Well, we're going to try to answer today the historical growth of VR, total VR system, and we'll try to maybe see if we can get something specific to meta. I'm not really sure if we'll succeed, but I mean, if this exists, then maybe. We're expanding our deep research feature. Right now we can do this. We can ask like historical questions, kind of like compare, we get some charts. Now we're going to try to answer questions, because if you can answer important questions, you can start to build like an analytics platform investors will pay more money for. If you can, and the way that we would market this is we would give some stuff for free at the beginning, right? Where we just like, online, we would show we have the capability to get this data. And you have to be a little, what's fun about this is you have to be a little bit creative. Like, this is an example, right? Place bots in Diamond League and scrape the average XP required to stay in the top 10 for Duolingo, right? And with the platform, it's not like we're saying this is the answer, but it's like this is our research opinion based on, our strategies. So I'm gonna have fun seeing what we can do. So, you guys might be wondering, like, how am I getting this, or like, what's the conviction here, right? The reason why I'm like kind of sure about why this stuff is valuable is because I see it, like on Twitter. I see I saw someone who basically pivoted from answering good questions, really great analytics, and then they start selling a service, right? That's like I've seen it happen, so I know it's possible, if that makes sense. So it's not like I'm kind of just like, you know. So I guess it's just from my experience, I've kind of like seen, and I know of like a few platforms that are doing this, like Yipit Data. They, you know, that's for institutions. But if we can answer these questions, we can probably sell it. Like we just would have to build some credibility that, you know, we do give some stuff for free in the beginning, just like that one guy did. I forgot his name, but he was on Robert or something. I haven't seen him tweet anymore because he no longer gives free stuff. So yeah, freemium. Yeah, start with you know, people love free stuff, so start with that. I'm looking right now at this this scraper. We might want to clone it, just see if it works. Out of curiosity. And this will. The reason I like this too is it builds up a little bit of a competitive advantage. Like, you know, the stuff that you actually build, like the UI, this stuff on the platform, that's not, people can just duplicate that, right? But it's gonna be really hard for them to duplicate your method of answering these questions if it becomes pretty complex, like the way that you do it. Because they can't see it. Like, you can just take a screenshot and duplicate a lot of stuff these days, so there's just less work. So the UI parts of websites there's no competitive edge as far as like, maybe a little bit, right? Like taste, but like at the end of the day, if someone wants to, all you have is that, right? It's not. Okay, so I'm gonna clone this. The heck? This repo must be huge. What do they have in here? Looking. Interesting. So they're actually storing all the data in the repo. Oh, I see. They're like storing like where to get the information. Okay. That's cool. I'm gonna check this guy's GitHub. So this guy's a data analyst. See what else you got as far as like. Okay, I think that's his only scraper for like getting data. I don't really see much else here. I guess I'll just let that complete. Okay, what about this? Do you see anything open source? What could be our general strategy maybe for doing this? Let's get some ideas. Sometimes that happens, the sort of browser thing. Oh, oh, it's actually an error. I tried it on the other browser. Bro, go away. Yeah. So that, again, I think that's related to our refactor. Again, might have to remove some of that stuff that we've done. The page doesn't load due to this. It's likely due to the refactor. Hey Sodahead, how's it going? Hey Matu. I put it in the description now, what I'm working on. So hopefully it helps helps to understand. I'm trying to answer these questions for our premier feature on our platform. We have this. We're trying to answer these and more advanced questions. I might just restart because it's a little bit weird error. How are you doing, Sodahead? I haven't gotten my coffee yet. Important. We'll probably go grab it soon. Okay, good. It loads. What did it do anyways? Weird. I don't think it did anything. Why does it work? It's funny. Okay, so everything's loading again. Yesterday we added a lot of tools in this, or just added one actually, but then we made the UI better. So the deep research tool you can call and use. Okay, let's read this. Be interesting. Oh, nice. We have some stuff. Okay, interesting. I have to take a look at them though. I feel like a lot of this is going to be collecting data, but it's going to be questions that once we do get, we may build a little, it'll just build over time, you know, every day we can answer more and more. This is just one company, but there's a lot of people who care about this company. Oh yeah, that's cool. Now, whether this is up to date, right? A lot of times you do something like this. Oh yeah, cool. It's new, but it's the how many downloads this got? Downloads. They've got Mac apps. As far as like making money, I'm not sure. I haven't made one. I feel like you know, people don't really use the app store as much for a MacBook. But I do know Apple's also pushing that, right? So, you know, but granted, there's only so much they can do because of you know, regulations, anti-monopoly stuff. So, can't be too aggressive in pushing it. Interesting. I haven't. I tried scraping LinkedIn once. It's pretty hard. So I'm curious if this actually works. So I'm basically gonna clone a lot of these, and I'm gonna be just talking with AI, understanding how they work, and what we're gonna do is understand just a bit more, right, about what we want to do. Yeah. I'm sure it's out there, you know, like people are paying for inflation calculator. Oops. They'll pay for a lot of other things. I'll start with this out of curiosity. Okay, so we have the first one I'm going to start with is this metadata. Meta. It's hard to say. Meta. But what? It's not. Nothing's in here. What happened? Oh, it's still cloning. 51%. Okay. Well, in the meantime, we'll look at the other one. Can you help me understand this repo? How does this work? What's their strategy, general approach to doing this? It's got Glassdoor, Google, LinkedIn. We will test if it works, though. Okay, while that one's running, I'm going to do it on the others too. Tell me more about this repo. What exactly is the strategy here? Does it require a login for this scrape? Actually, I'm going to attach all three. These are kind of in a similar vein. Sorry. Do these require logins? Also, what's provided by the Shopee API? What are the kinds of stuff we can access? Can we access reviews? Let me put up these ones we're not using over here. Yes, I know how to code, so we don't make assumptions. Let's see, Summer 3 script. Direct API calls to... Wow, provides a lot of stuff. Is this paid? How many, what's their free version for this? So they actually do provide the review text on the API too, through that other path. Cool. So it sounds like we can actually answer these questions pretty legitimately. As far as like, don't really need to do a whole lot of thinking. Limits, page 10. Yeah, that makes sense. LinkedIn's always. Does it require an account for any of these, including LinkedIn? Okay, interesting. What is this? Jobs guest. We're seeing that. Well, there's another component of this, which is advanced questions specific to companies, to individual companies. This is useful for equity research, right? Then there's more general questions to kind of attract a customer base That would be for more just normal people. General questions, that would be like, you know, how's the CS job market, something like this, or entry level workers, like this. And then you post that data to try on our Twitter. On our Twitter here, we'll use our admin dashboard. Let's see, maybe regen our today's analysis, so we can tweet for today while we wait, or while we're doing other research. And also, we're going to test the refactor, because I think it's a pretty considerable change. So if I was to guess, I think this probably won't work, but we will try. Hey, Bacard, I usually stream at exactly this. Well, I'm going to, from now on, stream at this time. So 5 to 7 a.m. My time, PST. Pacific time. Tell me more about this jobs guest, LinkedIn. I haven't seen this before. So is this like just they allow, if you don't have an account, a selection of jobs to be seen? Gotcha. This API is for your own seller data. That's kind of what I figured. I thought it was strange Shopee would give us... yeah. It's limited. Okay, interesting. Intentional for SEO. So why would LinkedIn expose these ones? So is it just for ranking purposes, SEO mainly? Also, is this like an option someone can select for their job to show publicly? I'm trying to figure out whether we should use this data or not. May not be very accurate. Oh, review support. But do you understand our goal? Our goal is not to do it for our own shop. It's to do it for a large amount of shops. So the GitHub repos that you attached, is that just for your using the Shopee API? Okay, cool. We already scraped this one now. I mean, downloaded this one. Oh, no, we didn't. I'm gonna double check, but I might not send that. Let me look. Oh, no, it is different. I'm making another one. I'll just rename this one. This one's not really what we want anyways. Language do you do? Usually front end I'm using like TypeScript. Depends on the project. It's kind of like a simple little project. Use Next.js. And it's for like prototyping and stuff. LinkedIn once. Okay, gotcha. Do you know what percent of the jobs are exposed publicly like this? Is it a reliable indicator how many jobs, or is it just sort of like a they expose like 1 out of 100 or something? Okay, if we clone this new one, let's check it out. We're gonna first understand how it works. Can you tell me more about this repo? How does this work? What's the general approach? Oh, nice. We generated our new brief. Let's see if it worked. It actually did work mostly. We refactored a lot of stuff, so let's go ahead and. Oh no, it's here. Perfect. Yep. Market hasn't opened yet or anything, but see if it generated the charts. That's kind of the big component of this. White selling. Yeah. Is that right? It's exactly the same. Probably not right. I'm probably going to validate this script. Oh, right. That was one thing we're going to do. Well, maybe do it on a new one here. Can you check our, I'm going to check real quick before I ask that. Let's go ahead and test this, these validations. I haven't tried it yet. So our goal is that we want to run our Is this how you currently built it? So the idea here is that it's going to go through our market brief, validate all the charts in the database. What's going to run the scripts, and then it's going to validate that the scripts are accurate. Actually, I think that's fine. It doesn't need to validate the charts. You can have another separate one for that. Because yesterday, I kind of decided that this is a really important area that we're going to start running a lot of validations on. It's kind of a silly chart. Hey, Bruno. It's a market research tool. Today, we're going to be evolving our deep research functionality, which is the premier feature to answer more questions, types of questions. We can answer historical data, like this is an example. This one's kind of dumb though. Let me pull up a different one. We have like a list of types of questions. Let's see what's a good one. This one, when AMD beats earnings, what happens to Intel? So those are the types of questions that we currently can answer, but we want to evolve to be more interesting, to try to justify this price. So, and we'll show these types of questions to people who have their positions because the portfolio tracker, you can enter their stuff. And it also gives you news that you care about. So we'll fill this out based on their portfolio, like your approach, themes, and we give you AI portfolio insights that will give you some ideas, some analysis. But this is the premium feature. Oh, my screen froze. Must have been frozen for. Let me fix it. That hasn't happened for a while. Yeah, guys, feel free to tell me if my thing froze. Like how long it froze. But yeah, anyways, it's a investment platform. So this is the deep dive part I was telling you about, but this is these are the more interesting questions that we're currently adding, as well as these types of questions. Now we can answer historical questions, but we're going to answer like types of questions that like someone who owns Duolingo would want to know. We have to be kind of creative with how we answer those questions. We do it by finding, for example, like this is one method, right? You might go about to try to make an estimate. You have to be a little bit careful with how you do it, as far as compliance and things. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. Wait. Oh, it's still frozen. Okay. There we go. Oh my god. Okay. Here we go. It's no longer frozen, I think. Yes. Okay, we're good. Here it is. This is the newsletter. And we're working on answering these types of questions. Okay. Sorry about that. Happens sometimes when I think it's when I open too many tabs or something. Close everything else. So this one I'm looking at LinkedIn just out of curiosity. I know it's really hard to scrape, but there was a library. I mean, there was a open source project, so I was just curious what they were doing. Oh, it is a reliables? Oh no, this is something else. I see, I see. So we get 1,000 results per search query. Rate limit is around page 10. So realistically, what could be strategy here? This isn't the most important thing at the moment. The reason why I'm asking this question is there's a second type of question we could start trying to answer to try to get other types of users. Like there's more of a casual user, and then there will be for the analytics platform part of this, the more advanced user. So this would be, the LinkedIn part would be the more casual user. We're trying to answer job market questions, something like this. So I asked how this one repo works. We're cloning a bunch of repos to try to get an understanding of maybe, because we're trying to answer 2 questions to start, the more advanced questions. It's related to Shopee, which is an e-commerce store. And also we're going to try to track VR users. So this is a completely different repo. It solves captchas. Interesting. Cool. Do you have to log in to do this? Are these totally public? Yeah, that's a great way to learn. Start with something simple. I think it's sometimes people will go too big when they're just starting, get a little frustrated. Oh, interesting. Don't need to log in. Oh, but this one does. Yeah. There's a better way to do this. Hold on. But I'm asking, is this data walled behind a login? Also, that data that you just said, that's only for your own store, right? You can't hit the API directly. I'm looking at a plan here just to read it. It's kind of a fun question too. Yes. I'm just going to delete the other repos that are not really what we're looking for. Not really about our own shop. So this one probably finished here. I don't want to pass the whole repo because this repo is freaking huge. Check my usage real quick. Okay, I'm good, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, man. Some of them are not really completed, though. They're just sort of like things I'm working on. Yeah, I mean, can't you just look up the docs, though? I'm sure it's not public. Why would it be public? Okay, so I'm just going to attach like one of these files. Okay, so tell me more about... Do we need a VPN or something to run this? Do I actually have to have a VPN in Southeast Asia, or can I actually use it here? Yeah, I wanna finish that last part, right? So okay, we validate the scripts, but let's go ahead and I think the way that you do this is you generate the charts again. You compare the images that you generated to what's in the database, and you see that matches. And rebuild all the logic, right? You don't want to. Well, no, don't do that. Actually, that's. I definitely don't rebuild all the logic. Build it has to be like pretty robust, right? Like that it's like not just duplicating the same problem. It should be able to test, hey, this script generated the chart that matches what's in the database. Because right now we have this like weird flaky logic with the chart. Sometimes it, although it worked today. Granted, I don't know why it shows this chart. That's one bug, but so we'll fix that. So oh yeah, we fix that too. So there's two things. Okay, we're just sending the bugs. I think I already attached it, so I think we're good. Yeah, I might commit. It seems like everything worked. So our little refactor, a little, a lot, but a lot of updates. So this is doing the tests for our charts. This is not quite right because yesterday we also asked this question. We're trying to avoid asking the same questions every day. Let me see. It's a similar question. It was Monday. Time goes by quick. Yeah, it's true. It's geo-blocked. How hard would it be to get all the VPNs we need? All right, our ideal is we're actually going to try to do this for every region that Shopee serves. We want to build like a good sample size. Like we need to make an estimate of how much, how many listings there are, how many shops there are for each region. We need to do a lot of things to try to understand how much data we need to make a good estimate. So there's two components of what I'm asking you. Number one is the VPN thing, and number two is we need to develop a plan for this data collection. And on this one, I'm going to do, I'm just going to clear this LinkedIn thing. I think there's anything. For this project, I don't want to send the whole thing because it's extremely big. I'm trying to understand how would we use this to accomplish our goal. We're trying to answer this question. Where did I put it? Maybe didn't put the actual question. I'll just put this. Oh, that's... I guess we'll do this. Specifically meta. Let's go ahead and make this longer too. We're a little bit too... We maybe said 2 sentences or something. Hey Corey, how's it going? Vibing? Yeah. I mean, I have been too. I'm working on this this and the shorts this morning. I was working on the shorts creator. It's a lot of fun. I'm getting there, just a few more things like yeah, I did generate some pretty good shorts, but the only thing is that the text didn't look very good. It had already generated it. So I couldn't undo the text, fix it. But I'll get it tomorrow. I think by tomorrow. You're live streaming. Yeah, I'd say for sure. Live streaming is pretty fun. Feel free to use the open source project we made if you want. It has a bunch of creator tools. We spent a few days on that, but you can just yourself if you want. But some shorts. It's shorts creators from your live streams. You can get best of moments, because the other ones are pretty expensive for long videos and streams. Yeah, live streams are cool because people join and then they give. Well, it's just kind of a cool place to hang out, I think. Like co-working. Not just about like. It's a mix of fun and you learn stuff from people. So what I'm trying to figure out here is the VPN cost of if we're going to do this, how we're going to achieve it, because there's a lot of regions this company serves. But to answer our question, we'll have to be cycling a lot of them. Terminal interface, I'm using iTerm with the minimal, set it to minimal, and then I forgot which theme I put on here. Check. One asked earlier, so find out. Yeah, a long time ago. Ask. So preference, profiles, colors. Strange. It says I have default, but I don't think I do. Kind of confusing. Yeah, sorry. All right, let me just do this. So for the VPN cost, how much roughly do you think we're going to be spending to try to collect this data? Based on your estimate for how much data we need to make a good estimate. It sounds like we need 1,000. Well, we're probably going to do the 95% confidence, so that'd be 400 samples each. Round up. Fix it. Oh, nice, dude. That's cool. That's a good feeling, you know, like if you found a usability thing in a product so many people use, and you got it merged, you know, that kind of makes a big impact, you know. There's a lot of these things that are just like a minor nuisance, but they add up when it's like millions of people. It's a lot of like annoying hours you've saved, or annoying moments. So I respect that. That's cool. Dev. Cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I use GitHub Desktop, so. But what did you fix, if you don't mind me asking? I should maybe consider that too, just kind of like where I find something kind of annoying, see if I can find. Just fix it myself. That'd be fun. So we're trying to figure out the cost of the VPN. Yeah, that's a little pricey. Is that per month, I guess? The problem with this company, to answer this question, we need so many VPNs. Maybe we just start with one area. Let's do the biggest area. What if we just do Indonesia? That's cool. Hey, Corey, you should join our Discord. That's in the description. We're building some stuff. It's kind of fun. We have this commit log on the Discord. If you're interested, you can join. You can all just be... I don't really know. It's kind of fun. Just... Okay, cool. So let's just do Indonesia. That's like... Just maybe use this web share one. And we get... Okay, so what all are we going to get to answer this question? Roughly, let's make a plan, right? Where did we put the question? It must be on another doc. Let me go grab it quick. Okay, I have found it. And then a few more. This one's harder because I think you need to be... I don't really know how to... Oh, you could scrape this. If we can find it. This one maybe viable. Kind of. Let's go to the... That's cool. Yeah, definitely. Feel free to send it to me. The project sounds cool. This one's the hardest for this. I mean, that's a lot of data. I don't know how you even, but you know, I know that people are doing this, right? Because Yipit Data gives out this information. So they sell it they're doing some strategy, right? It's obviously probably really complex, but we could answer some different types of questions. We'll probably start with the maybe easier ones. Oh, this is the one I'm most interested in. I feel like or this one. This one's good too. I'll start with maybe this one. Relatively simple. And then we'll put it in our deep research area. So the idea here is if someone has Shopee in their portfolio, then we will show this. We'll blur it out, and then we'll say our research opinion or whatever, or equals the results of this. But they have to pay to see it. And we just start with that. And maybe add a few of them if we can muster it today. The way we do that, I already put that there. Let's start with this one. Sorry, let me just remove that. What would be our general strategy? We're going to start with this question. So this was the meta question. We have this repo that has a bunch of data. And we're going to try to understand how we're going to answer the question about VR users. How many VR users in the ecosystem? This is going to be, we'll build historical stuff. So there's not that much historical data on this thing, but we could run a running tally somehow throughout the quarter. That'd be good. Be a fun little thing. Download rank, I think that's reasonable. Yeah, the YouTube doesn't allow links. Free to put it there. So we'll probably start with the app download rank. And then we can do some like sentiment analysis stuff. Maybe two of these. Let's see what we need to get the App Store rank. It's you know, it is kind of geo-locked for each region. So you do have to think about how to do that. So how can we go about getting the App Store rank? So for example, how does Sensor Tower, you think, do it? Does it? Doc or something. Cool. It's fun. Yeah, I'll check it out later. That sounds fun. I guess for anyone joining, looks like some people are checking in. Right now we're working on, we have a deep research feature of this financial platform we're working on. We're trying to add more interesting questions that we can answer for each company. And to do that, we have to kind of make this more, to build like a set of things that like we're bringing in, like App Store rankings, maybe some things that are a little bit more creative to answer these types of questions. We put the strategies, potential strategies under. Example, Netflix. Is the ad tier growing? People care about that because it's like, you know, for your projections, the companies. If you own, let's say you own Duolingo company, some stock, you might want to know this stuff for research. And that's what would justify the higher price tag for the most expensive package. Oh, so this actually doesn't have the scraping logic here. It's literally just the data itself in this repo. How do you think Sensor Tower is doing it? You think it's similar to these open source repos? What do you think the accuracy of these are? Wait, is it's updated daily? Let me look. How do you think the person who created this is doing it? Seems he's a data analyst. Stupid. Gotcha. Wow. What is this? Can you explain what this is exactly? Consumer panel app? I don't know. Okay, cool. So given our question, though, we're just trying to estimate, the users in the ecosystem. Could we use this metadata? Yeah, did you release the products? This is available, but we are working on it. In the sense that it's deployed in production. Gotcha. Tells you what exists, which could be useful, but to actually get some of the data, we might need to do something else for this particular question. I'll put in the question again. But how can we get the reviews? Also, take into account our goal, right? We're trying to answer a particular kind of question, right? Trying to estimate how many users not using earnings reports, et cetera, because we're trying to build a running that can be used to correct our tally, and give us course correct. But it's supposed to be, throughout the quarter, you're kind of giving projections. So need to maybe get reviews. Is there any way we can accomplish this given this repo, or maybe some other? I guess we could also use the app downloads as a proxy too, but is there anything else we can do? Maybe also look at Steam VR as far as, I think they're, the strategy for that as well. Also, one thing to explore that will just be kind of fun is like, could we create a bot that's like in these VR Horizon worlds? That's one way. One way you could do it is just track, because this is what I mean by like, you kind of have to be a little creative. I think the one thing about how these work, how specifically Meta's ecosystem works, is their Horizon worlds, they're always pushing. So you could try to use their Horizon worlds player count, which you can get in that they made it available on mobile. So you could track the player count of each world to try to build a model, an estimation of how many users are buying Meta VR products because of how heavy they push it, right? You can kind of build a model that way. It's like similar to how you estimate certain things based on the app downloads. So this might be one strategy. I'm going to say that. One idea is, since Horizon Worlds is now available on mobile, etc., it might be easier to get the player counts for the worlds. And make a model. I'm going to say that too. And make a model of that. Oh, that's smart. Oh, that's really smart. Okay. So Sensor Tower, the reason they can make their projections, right? So Sensor Tower is a site that estimates a lot of things like revenue for apps. They track app downloads, which we can do. But the way they did it in order to estimate like revenue, et cetera, is they acquired a bunch of VPNs. So they kind of monitor your traffic. And then they build this data set, which they then sell for a lot of money. So, if you're installing one of these VPNs, that's probably what's, that's the product there. That's why they're cheap or free. So the device it'll keep track of all installed apps, when each app is opened, how long apps are used. $5 to 10 million devices. That's cool. Let's see if it fixed those bugs with sending to chat. It might have. Okay, not quite. See if it maybe fixed the research. Okay, it didn't fix that either. Let's see what it tried to do. So it's still called a tool. Why would it have done that? Somehow it's still triggering the deep research tool. Also, one of the bugs is we're trying to fix is like when you send a chat, the image should actually be loaded in that chat box. Is there any way we could do that? Or at least maybe put... Oh, right. So you don't have to load the image in the chat box. Just doesn't even need to go to the chat box, right? When you click ask to chat, creates a new chat, puts the image in there. It doesn't even, might say, you can maybe put like analyze this chart and then has the chart above. So it's like basically they're skipping the send to chat, right? You don't need to, so fix that. And then the second thing is try to understand how the deep research tool is still being triggered. So you need to look at the flow there. This is really interesting. It seems like a very large, like competitive edge. How do you even approach making some better or making some different estimates maybe people care about, right? They're able to estimate revenue, etc. I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be right back.
綺麗だね夕焼け光る運河の土手を原茶で二血して見つかっちゃって心配顔の前で一応さんが一枚木枯らしに震えるごめんな一本電車遅らせちゃってお家まで3時間もかかるのにしょげる僕の左手を小さい君の両手がキュッと
It's on a different screen. I reload. What is playing right now? That's... Alright, I'm done changing. Yes, data feed. That's what we are building. Wow. It's expensive, 10K a year. Sorry. Don't like it. You can compete on price. I was just thinking, you know, given how valuable users are for VPN, but I mean, how would you compete? Yeah, very saturated, I'm sure. True. Well, that makes sense. I coded, bro. YouTuber herself. Nice. Yeah, check out our. We made an open source tool if you want to use it. Make reels and stuff. Creator. What app are you using? I'm using Suno. Yeah. It is a playlist. You can use it if you want. It is public. Put it in the Discord if you want. You can join. Send it to you. Or whatever. Okay, it's two components, right? There's actually collecting the data. Collecting relevant data. Figuring out the model and estimate. Like, each one is equally important. I put it in the description at the bottom. Maybe I should put it more at the top. Let's go ahead and use some of those open source libraries you mentioned earlier for the some of the app rankings. Can you link them again? We're going to take a look at them. I'll take a look at this one. Looks big. I would look at the repo. Okay. Seems like it might work. Let's clone and see how it works. How does this repo work? What are the limitations? What can we do with it? Oh yeah, I'll send you the playlist if you join, or if you join the Discord, I can send it to you. I can't send links over the YouTube, I think. But wait, I guess I can just. I'll just send it. I think I can just. A second. Oh no, Let's see if that works. How cool it does. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you could definitely do this. This would probably work. I'll go look at this. See, what can we do with this repo we just brought in? Let's figure it out. Let's get rate limited, right? Can you just get rate limited? How many can you actually do? Thanks Code with you, bro. I'll also have some others. This wasn't real page. Let's go ahead and build a little experiment. Feel free to Well, tell me more about this Horizon Worlds API. Does it actually, what does it give you? And is it available for everyone to access player accounts, things like this? Probably not, but how much do we get? As far as that goes. Hey, expectations are realistic. Let's see if it fixed the that bug we ran into. Yes, nice, perfect. Oh, still calls deep research. Still calls deep research. Let's try to figure this out. So, analyze. Basically, tell me how this works. What are the scenarios in which it will call deep research? Did you basically say like, hey, use the? Just tell me exactly like. Never mind. Let me do this. I'll just take this. This is the text that's being sent with the chart. I have a feeling that's why it's calling the deep research tool. We just need to have a thing that's like, if they sent an image, you know, we're probably not using that tool. I mean, granted, yeah, okay, that makes sense. I think that's what we do. If they send an image, it's kind of one of those edge cases. We just say we're not calling any tools because the tools don't use images. And I don't think we'll ever make them use images. Bad prompt, but they'll figure it out. Yeah, that's I figured. Styles, thanks. Canary World. It's funny. All right, so how would we achieve, like, let's create a plan for the mobile scraping that we would do here. How would we do it? Let me see what you're saying here. Okay, you can set it so images generate for you for the framework. Oh yeah, what I'm saying here though is like kind of like this funky logic about when we call a tool. So I'm basically just saying if we're sending an image, we're probably not calling a tool. And the reason why I'm okay putting that like edge case in there is because I'm pretty sure we're never going to call the current tools that we have, the deep research and the AI analyst, will never need an image. The user will never be really sending an image. So I'm okay saying just stop calling the tool with the image. So it's a little hacky, but like it kind of makes sense because we're never going to change it probably. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see if it changed it. Yeah, so I think it'll work now. Yeah, so there we go. Searching the web. Looks like it couldn't attach the image, so we're gonna fix that. It should, it's multimodal, so it should work. Hey, so we sent the chart, ask to chat, but for some reason it didn't send it to the LLM. So let's make sure to pass it in and make sure it's enabled, the multimodal flag. Okay. But we don't want to get banned. One request. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So with this repo, let's summarize what we can accomplish. Sounds like we're going to make the plan now. That should be the first step. Let's get the VPN. And wait, before you begin though, will we have everything we need to answer our question? I believe we do, but make an estimate. Handling the images, add the icon button next to the text bot. Look at ChatGPT drag and drop. Sure, let's take a look at that. What that looks like. We have a pretty good UI. So currently it looks like this, right? So I click it. Looks like this, I agree. Looks maybe not super amazing. So I'm currently on ChatGPT on the other screen. Attach an image. This is what it looks like, ChatGPT. We're just all right, we asked a question the other day that I think I forgot to look at. Do old people like dark mode better, or which is better for their eyes? Dark mode or light mode? The reason is the target demographic. They're not old, but they're older. 30s and 40s. Not that old though. Yeah, anyways. We should probably let's just give people the option. Right? It doesn't. But our default will probably be light, I think. Let's go in here. We'll go ahead and add that, I suppose. Light mode is better for older eyes. It's kind of what I thought, but... Can I go ahead and add a dark mode though? Just inverse the colors, put in the settings, user settings. can be kind of a big to change a lot of stuff. Actually, I'm probably not going to use credits on that because it has to go through a lot of files. It'll just take a long time. And so I don't really think it's worth it at the moment. I'm not going to do it. All right, we were testing. Okay, so this is what it looks like ChatGPT. Like, see what happens if you click. You can't click it. So let's do maybe also the white. You know, it should constrain to the border of the image. Can you go ahead, like if someone asks the chat, so they send the chart to chat from the brief. We're going to change how images look in the chat. So number one, people should be able to drag images into the chat. Number two, the images should be constrained to the size of the image. Number three, they should be able to click it and expand it. I think that's it, right? Oh, I think I know why this is, because you can't enable search the web, maybe with with image support or something like this. That's my guess. Add the plus in the search bar. What search bar? Are you talking about this, the chat? We see ChatGPT. You're talking about this? Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I see what you're saying. Good idea. Good idea. Yeah, they could add like maybe Excel or something, some data. I agree. Makes sense. Hopefully it's related to what this product is for. They don't get confused and start chatting about other things. Dark mode dominant. Wow. That is a lot. 80%. Yeah, I'll add it for sure. I'll just be in the settings. Maybe I'll just let anti-gravity do it. It's slow, so it doesn't use credits. Can you add dark mode to our platform here? Be in the user settings. Make sure to change all the pages except the admin pages, because it doesn't matter. The admin pages. I'm gonna test these tests. Test the tests. Switchers 20 to really interesting. Huh. Thanks for the data, Find Destiny. That's kind of interesting. I guess that kind of makes sense. Yeah. I didn't know that. Now I do. I think for me, I prefer it, but it's not like a strong preference. Seems like a lot of people, it's very strong. There's a lot of comments. These bots or something? Confused. Weird. There's a bunch of bots commenting on my videos. Don't know why. Yeah. Well, we'll add it, Find Destiny. You have persuaded me. We will do it. And I'll probably play around with it just to see which we like better. But we probably, we will like the dark mode better, I'm sure. That makes sense. My expectation. By the way, you said you were here before my expectation. Was that you were here back when we were making the game? So this is our plan to try to answer some questions. Let's read it. Oh, not this one. People. This one. Worth trying. I'm gonna ask it to do. Try to implement that plan that you've created. Create a new folder. It's gonna be kind of like experimentation folder. That's a good goal, Miltosh. We'll try. I think we get about 30 subs a day, something like this. I'm gonna let this one just kind of run for a while. Let's see, we could work on. All right, let's test the tests. We wrote a bunch of tests. See if they work intended. I'm gonna pull it over here. This will be our tester. So okay, yeah, let's go ahead and run all these for today. So today is December 10th. We're gonna run the validations and see what's the tests tell us. Yeah, this is not the highest end Mac, but we are on the M4 chip. But we only have 16 gigabytes of RAM. So sometimes the stream does run into some issues. It's mainly when I yes, there we go. It's mainly when I have a lot of tabs open, which sometimes happens. There, I stopped the music. Started back up. Not a Mac Mini. It's actually a laptop. I think I might get a desktop. But I'll probably build it. I used to have a Windows a long time ago. This is our tester. This is our little experiment we're running. This is our other experiment. And, all right, we have drag and drop images. Let's try that now. Okay, that didn't work. Try to fix that. So the drag and drop doesn't work. Can we also try to add a plus so you can also just upload the images via a Just a plus in the text box or anything else. It could be Excel too. Maybe you upload an Excel doc. Thanks, MW the World. I'm gonna keep these a little more organized. Like maybe this is like, these are our main two that will be running. This is like maybe bugs. And this will be just questions, like kind of miscellaneous questions. I do vibe coding. Nice. I'll remove the okay, we got our little plus. I kind of wanted it to be in the, it's okay though. Let me try drag drop the images. See if that works now. Okay, not quite. Oh, I see what's happening. It's like if I'm in the tab and I drag drop the image, it brings it to the other conversation, I'm pretty sure. Let me check though. Oh, okay. Well, I will let it finish regardless. I think it's still running here. One wants to proceed. See what it's doing. Using native CSS. I like Tailwind though. I usually get better results with Tailwind. Okay, so we completed a little experiment project. We're going to run it. So we're missing category rankings. How can we get it? Oh, that's fine. We can make an estimate as long as we kind of know some of these things. Like it's rating and reviews. I'll try uploading an image. Maybe that'll work. Okay, upload. Don't see any errors. Let me look in the console. See if it comes over here. Yeah, I think it came over here. So I'm gonna tell it that. So whenever I upload the image, it goes to an existing conversation. So when you upload an image, it should kind of show, right? Like it's showing above. Or actually, when you upload the image, it should just start a new chat. And put the image like above. It doesn't actually send the chat yet, because you might want to put some text with the image. But it should like start a new chat conversation, if that makes sense. I think it does actually start a new conversation, but make sure to redirect the user to the new conversation that was created. It shouldn't leave the user just stuck on that main page there. Who walks around with the name of an old dead website? Is their avatar? I don't even know what you're talking about. Look. Hey, saw dude. It's okay. I'm gonna call you Kai instead of coming every day. You're like, saw dude. You're like Kai. It's a better pronunciation of your name. Okay, so do you think we can answer our question that we asked you, given this information that we can get? Okay, there's a lot of steps to this. Need to install Android device. I do not have an Android device. Like use an emulator, I guess. Oh yeah, I do have Android Studio. Maybe I already have one running, or one that I can run. Like a lot of work. I don't really, this is not so important to me at the moment. I will put it over here. Because like, I think we'll do this app ranking stuff first. I didn't send this one. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do this then. So feel free to implement it, make a new folder, call it like, actually, yeah, make a new folder for this. Call it like Shopee, or no, call it app rankings. Okay, let's try this again. So I'm going to drag an image. Nope. Okay, created a new conversation, but it did not actually start it up. Let me try a test though. I'm going to put in some text, drag and drop, and see if it works then. Okay. We'll look at see if there's any errors. Not see any errors. Can you add some logging to this? Because right now it creates a new conversation, it seems, but does not do anything. Oh, I know. We could say to take a look at how, on the today's brief, when we say ask AI on a chart, it sends it to the chat, right? Should be kind of a similar piece of logic. So take a look at that compared to what you've done here. It doesn't send the image. Sort of just leaves you on the same page. Hey, thanks, Latino America. Software using to live stream using OBS. Hey, Vintage. Yes, I remember. Oh, you're talking about this. Interesting. Old legacy stuff. It needs to create the environment. I think it did. Okay, now it's creating the environment. We're working on a research investment tool, and we're working on a few things. We're kind of doing some usability stuff, and then we're working on answering more types of questions about investments. Like, we're gonna have app rankings, and the goal is to answer questions like this. We have like a series of, we can do this currently, but these will all be one of the premium features. That's what we're doing. Oh, nice. It says our tests worked for the charts. Yeah, can you explain this bug? Also, the chart number 3. Can we build some tests that are like figuring out whether we chose the right chart for the question? Because chart number 3 is like a table with one line, which we kind of want to, we don't want to make charts like that. Like, I think you can agree probably tables should communicate a little more information. But how can we change our patterns to, like, right now we have our kind of dictionary of patterns to different types of chart types. What would we do for that? We have to like specify not to use a chart. I mean, not to use a table if there's like only going to be one line. Kind of weird. Let's make a plan first. Dash on Mac OS. I have Android Studio. Does that mean I already have this? I already install an Android device I could use for this? Hey, IT Tech. I put it in the description. It's kind of like an investment tool. Go check it out. Like, you know, working, trying to get some app rankings in here. And fixing some images stuff on their chat. Hey Gremlin, how's it going? Just use Expo. Yeah, kind of gives you a newsletter based on your portfolio, and you can chat, and has all your investment context. Go to your preferences. We fill this out for you based on your portfolio. It has like what kind of investor you are. And when you're talking with the chat, it knows how you like to invest. It gives you ideas. And doesn't give you recommendations necessarily, but it gives you information. So in this one, we're running we're building tests and validating things. So I'm kind of using this window here for tests. This right here. For a little experiment we're running. So this is testing if we have Android, because we're running a little experiment on trying to get some data from Horizon Worlds, Meta's VR stuff. See how many players. We're going to use maybe some of that information, potentially, just as a test, right? Just to see if we can get it. It'll be a bit tricky, I think. Oh, cool. We actually, we got some data, guys. So what it did is it ran the little project we built for app rankings that we're going to pull in here. The idea here is like if someone's asking, we can tell them this because we're building a little pipeline of data about certain stocks, and if they own that stock, they will want to know more information. We provide them not only stuff like this, but over time we build some data sets. So CBank has the highest rating among digital banks. Cool. All right, let me put in the questions that we were wanting to answer, see if we can accomplish something. Not really reading the Twitch stream. Thanks for letting me know. I must have missed some messages. Sorry about that for people on Twitch. Sometimes I get a little locked in. Look as often. Can we answer these questions, do you think, based on the information we have collected? Probably going to push now. Well, before I do, I'm going to check if the images work. So they haven't yet thus far. Oh, nice. Finally worked. Cool. So I can click here and open it. I think that's probably good for now. See what it did. Oh, the dark mode stuff. We should check that. I think I accidentally committed that already. Let's see if that's enabled. So let's add images to the chat. So it should be in preferences or something, settings. Okay, we broke that. Let's go ahead and see if we can fix it. So we put the dark mode. This was the one task we gave to anti-gravity while we were waiting. Thing about it usually tends to be a little slower. I think I'm going to go ahead and try to fix it in Cloud Code. Oh, so it did recognize it failed, so it's going to try to fix it. Because, as we noticed, it did fail. I'll go back to the home page. There we go. Anti-gravity, I think, is about to add dark mode. We'll see if it succeeds. Probably will. So we asked our questions. CBank appears to be growing faster than digital bank competitors. Has 12x more ratings. Yeah, that's sort of kind of surface level stuff, but we can over time build build the history of this data, right? So yeah, exactly. We only have 1 day of data. We can't get historical data. So we have to build this ourselves over time. Unless we use some API or something, someone that already has it. But just doing what we did. So this is pretty simple, right? But I'd say why not put this in? It's kind of we have some. You can maybe start putting in a few different apps. So the idea here is if someone asks a question, well, actually the actual idea is we will display a question and they can see it, see the answers based on their portfolio holdings. So I'm checking if we have any Android SDKs installed. Let's see if anti-gravity fixed the dark mode. I see, so it enabled dark mode here. A little weird. So if it is enabled, technically it would be enabled everywhere. So it looks like maybe it didn't store the data in the database. I'm going to correct what it has done, right, in Cloud Code. Okay, so we do have some Android, I guess they're called AVDs. Just Android emulator things. So we don't need to get the phone. Where should the Sharp validation live? Oh look, it's doing something. I guess it's still running anti-gravity. Yeah, anti-gravity's still running, very slow. It's converting everything to dark mode for us. See if we can turn it off after. Hey man. We're building a small game. Games are hard, man, but it is fun in a game. Getting it to work. Yes, on browser. Well, I would say that's what we did. So we worked on a web-based game. You could try Godot. We tried Godot. It works if you edit the files, and we were able to make some pretty good stuff. If you're interested, you know. I'd say we probably made more progress in Godot than we did. Like if I'm just thinking about how quickly we made progress, having all the physics is really nice. Just make sure when you're using AI that you just open the folder, you edit the files directly. Don't use like any MCPs or anything. Add a tooltips button if you haven't yet. Yeah, that's a pretty good idea. Thanks. We'll have good ideas. I'll find destiny. I think I'm gonna turn it off by default. It's still going, actually. Let me check. Yeah, it is. All right, so I'm kind of thinking, you know, we have this project here. Can you compile this data? Just we're gonna save it as just a JSON. I'm thinking we're just gonna do this once a day, compile some new data. That's what we're gonna use, you know, in our project. But we have some emulators. Okay, so what would we need to do as part of our plan here to run this Horizon Worlds thing? Like, list the steps here and make it a doc somewhere so I can refer to it later. Oh, that's great. It actually found a bug I didn't even see. So that kind of shows our testing, our little test pipeline is kind of working for our charts and questions. That's cool. Sure, we can create a new one maybe. Yeah, which app wants chart type? I think for now we should block generation. That way I can see when it fails and I can figure out. Well, for now, just save that there was a failure. Let the chart load. But I want to be able to refer to it later so we can fix it. Table must have 3. Yeah, definitely over 20. Using GD scripts, nice. Getting to make small prefabs, that's fun. Would you like to incorporate dedicated guidelines for accessibility? Yeah, sure. That is not a bad idea. I added some of the microphone stuff for that reason, but there's, it's a small, it's a quick win to do some of the stuff. Let's go ahead and do it. I wonder what that would look like on the charts. I guess it just describes what the chart is answering, right? You can't really tell them exactly. Let's see. Sure, I think that's okay. Let me see what we're changing exactly. Yeah. Can I go ahead and add some of this? I think you need to put, this includes images, but there might be some things that I don't know about this. So let's make a plan first. Okay, so we generated some data. Let's go ahead and take a look. %91% of CBank ratings are 5-star. Interesting. Can you create a new, so we're going to do this, but we're now going to do this for Shopee and also do it for Garena. If you need to, ideally you don't need to build a whole new script. We should be able to plug in, it should be pretty maintainable. We plug in a bunch of different apps. We can kind of just keep generating more data. There's a little test to make sure we can expand this to be what it needs to be. Let's see where to put this. Put in one of our projects. Let's see all the steps here. Interesting. That's actually not as complicated as I thought. We could actually try this. This will be fun. Yeah, let's do it. Hopefully it doesn't crash my... Because I think, you know, for starting this emulator up might be intensive. We'll try it though. Oh, hey Gremlin, I just saw your paper that you sent on Twitch. Check it out. Check it out. Well, I'll bookmark that and check that out later. Solving a million-step pull-up task. Was that... Wait, did that just happen? Let's do both. Wait, how big is this change if we tried to do this? Yeah, let's maybe just do the smaller one for now. Yeah, let's do the basic ones for just to start. Come back to it later. Oh. Live regions. Let's do the basic ones. Yeah, exactly. So with this chart validation, did you make it so it automatically runs every day after we're generating, or is it like a manual run? Which did you do? Interesting. You're saying basically, you're saying it's a face palmer, which means that it's a small thing? It's cool. Well, just shows maybe, we're not plateauing anytime soon. I don't mind it. All right, so are we starting up the emulator? I think so. Oh, we're adding it to path still. Oh, making a lot of changes. Before I make all these changes, I'm probably going to commit because it seems like a lot of stuff it's about to do. And tests. Oh, nice. So we got a lot more data. We're building some data on different apps and comparing it to competitors. So when you're building these data sets, are you including the competitors too, or are you just doing the ones that we said? Okay, so now it's running the scripts, but I don't think we started the emulator yet. Oh no, it's just installing for the when we do. See what it did for the tests. Made it good. Okay, good. So we pushed, so let me go ahead and I'm gonna auto accept edits because we can always just review it after. "20-step Tower of Noah using Llama 3. Interesting. Huh. Wow. Yeah, I remember that was a good test. I was reading about that, but that's awesome. Wonder what the implications are when it comes to coding. Probably pretty substantial, you would think. Oh, nice. So it does put the competitors. That's perfect. It's good to have that all in the same place. Let's go ahead and add PayPal as well. So can you build the script for PayPal? I'm going to clear this context because I think we're done with the tests for now. We'll maybe do something else over there. Stop this. Hey, Sadra. How's it going? Yeah, we're back. The intra-year drawdown chart doesn't really work very well. The problem is it's like doing the same chart every time where it has like a ton of years. But it sounds like what we want to do is like when the user asks, or when we have these questions, right? The x-axis should just be like the years that it happened, right? It shouldn't be every year. If it is every year, I guess that's okay. Then we do it, you know, all the way 20, 30 years or whatever. But yeah, try to fix that because right now it's sort of just the same chart every time. So you'll need to go into the chart creation section and the that's it. I think that's literally all it needs to do is just debug that area. So down here, we're going to run our little experiments of starting up Horizon Worlds. Whether this works, I highly doubt it's going to work. It's going to be a ton of errors, probably. Maybe if it works, I'll just be like... Had the live bot yet? What do you mean live bot? Live bot. I don't remember. Just use Stripe so you don't need to add PayPal. Oh, no, I'm just adding PayPal as we're analyzing PayPal, the app. So we're building rankings and comparing to competitors. PayPal's an interesting company. I'm just curious how their app is doing on the app stores. So we're not adding PayPal to our app. I mean, maybe one day we will, but... So Cash App is beating PayPal on both score and ratings. Wise has the highest score overall. That's cool. But we're just doing Indonesia at the moment. So can you tell me how exactly were you able to scrape this? Did you actually start up a... Did you start up a VPN to do this? Because I thought these were geo-locked, some of these rankings. I don't think it started up a VPN, so I guess it's not geo-locked. It did build the script and everything. So we'll double validate though. Don't play poker. Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, Sadre, I forgot to do that. I kind of got distracted, so I'll do it after this stream. I'll add the moderator. Probably about time. Do that. Cool thing you could do. Page to show a timeline based on their age, what prices they were like compared to today. Yeah, that'd be cool. I think you're talking about the prices for the stocks, right? Or are you talking about maybe an app price? I'm not sure about that. You can maybe do something like this, I'm not sure. Okay, so the Shopee stuff was geo-locked. Oh, okay, cool, awesome. The Cash App is being PayPal, both on Score. So with our current script, can we do sentiment analysis on the reviews? Have you built that yet? Are we bringing in any number of reviews for this? Okay, so let's see. Okay, I still need to download download the APK. Wait, but we should already have one, right, from Android Studio? How come you can't start that one up? So it's not yet fully built. Tracker can fetch reviews. Oh, that's awesome. So we can fetch 20 reviews per app. That's fun. Let's go and we're going to build a little sentiment tracker. We're going to just run it every day. Kind of look at it. It's kind of fun. It'll be part of our app too. So people can look at it. If that's something that catches their interest. That's really interesting. Let's go ahead and do that for the 4 companies. So PayPal, also, you know, Shopee, C-Money, etc. And let's make that like separate file. So we'll make the review analysis a bit separate from the other things. Yeah, sure, Lem. This is what it is. It's like a newsletter. It tells you some data. And if you have any questions, you can ask AI. So it brings you to a chat, and it has all your portfolio stuff within it. We have to fix this. It's good that we did that, because this is a bug. And it has your portfolio context, so it kind of knows a little bit about you and your preferences. It's kind of like a customizable newsletter. You could ask, like, what does this mean for my portfolio? And it will tell you. So S&P portfolio is solely Apple. Performance will be particularly sensitive to this outcome. That's good. Cool. So it says it fixed that one of the charts they had issues with. Take a look. It's I can go test it real quick. So I'm gonna go to my admin panel. So it's specifically this it's this drawdown chart. I'm gonna try to generate it and see if it's better these days. But we have to get the right question for that. So, you know, we improved this page originally, like we improved from this page yesterday. Kind of have this new page. That's so we're going to re-implement this page so that when you select a question, it's going to only select the charts that you can make with these questions, right? That way we can better test this stuff. I'm going to go back to the main page. Wait till that one's completed. So we're going to go ahead and test what you've done here on the admin insights page, but we need to make this page much more similar to I attach the file here. The reason is that page, the admin deep dive page, it lists a lot of questions, first of all. It shows all of our patterns of questions. This admin insights page is like specifically for questions on like macroeconomic stuff, so it's a little bit different. But we do need all of the questions. You know, we do need a lot of different questions, and when you select the question type, you should only select the charts that we can generate based on the question. So you're gonna have to re-implement some of that logic for this test page. And you know, with this page, we're not too concerned with like re-implementing things because these are just test pages. They're not like part of the product for people to use. We just use them to test our stuff, if that makes sense. This one is so it sounds like it finished the compliance stuff. So go ahead and see if that looks good. Oh, like gas. Yeah. Find Destiny. That's where I have the. Oh, you're talking about my inflation calculator thing. Yeah, that's actually exactly what we decided to do. We were going to do it that other day with AI, but it was really bad at native development for iOS. Fine, I won't work on it for now. All right, let me read a little bit. I guess it's, what is it trying to do exactly? It's the files here for some reason. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured with this particular. Okay, it's trying to start it up, I think. So this will be interesting. Now we'll know if we can achieve it just by chatting. We might have to do some of the stuff on our own. Downloads a few things. I see my emulator is old, so I need to download a new one. I am not using Django at the moment. I'm using just TypeScript, Tailwind, Python Flask. Do I know BridgeMind? Yeah, I know BridgeMind. He's got a cool product. I like it. You don't use an emulator, actual phone. I would do the same, but unfortunately I don't have an Android. We have to do this with Android. Okay, cool. We got, oh cool, look at this. This is fun. This is really fun. Okay, so PayPal's recent reviews mentioned scam 16 times, fraud 10 times. Arena lag 139 times, major user complaint. C-Bank only 9 mentions of loan. Very interesting. Well, this is fun. So we can run this every day. So the most recent reviews on these, we can see the sentiment analysis here. So key risk low. I'm going to ask it how many reviews it brought in, though. Because if we have a low sample, doesn't... Oh, wow, it brought in 1,000 reviews. I wonder if this is the most recent. So the reviews that you brought in here, are these all the most recent? Or did you just get random... did you make sure to sort it by... When I say that? Just... Got the most recent. That's it. Okay, so we hit our limits, not too surprising. Let's see, hold on a second. Oh. Okay, what others? So how come, like, from the recent reviews, they seem to be much more negative than the average reviews on all of these companies that we brought in here, their apps? There we go. Nice. But again, it's true, but we have I'm going to bypass it for now because I'm getting tired of using anti-gravity. It's too slow. Great observation. Thank you. So people who bother writing text reviews are more motivated by complaints. So I guess maybe the most recent, for some reason, are negative. Oh, see, it's kind of interesting to know that, like, you can see the gap. Are you storing the gap in between the most recent and the overall? That might be kind of something you could keep track of as well. So the idea here is we're probably going to run these every day. But one thing we want to make sure of is, like, we don't want to keep every day, right? We don't want to keep having overlapping data. So we're going to kind of keep track of, maybe, is there a way we could keep track of what index we're on as far as which review we've last seen and last put into our data? Let's see, is this working? Continue. Good. Okay, so it says it updated our page. Look, admin page. Nice. Good. Okay, let's try to find one that has the... We're trying to test the drawdown one. So when I select a question, it should only allow me to select the chart type that works for that question. Oh, I think it might. I just have to select this probably. Okay, great. Cool. Do any of these allow me to choose the drawdown? I do not see which one would. When I was going through the questions, I don't really see any that select the drawdown. Did you choose any? Like any of the patterns that would allow the drawdown? Let's see, did it add a few? Let's see. Reverse destination. Oh, it's in the seasonal. Seasonal, okay. Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Run experiment. Let's see if this works. Okay, so we do some incremental storage. That's really fun. Okay, so every time I run this, right, it's only going to bring in the new reviews, and it's not going to overwrite the data, right? It's just going to keep compiling more and more. The idea here is we're kind of building like a long-term collection of data. We don't want to overwrite anything. And we want to make sure it's stored in a way that we can access and we know what date what date that date is from, etc. So also the second thing is like, let's say I run it twice in one day, right? What's going to happen? We're going to create 2 entries for the same day. We want to keep the data entry very clean. And the reason is because we don't want to have to come in later and prep it. We want it to be something that is maintainable over a long period of time. So I'm kind of thinking like if I run it the same day, right? It shouldn't create duplicate entries for a date, right? It should just add to current day and keep everything very clean. Hey, look, it worked. So this is only recession years. And now we have the drawdown for each recession year. You can see like recession years. That's not right, right? How could it have a more negative return than the maximum draw? Doesn't make sense. So I'm looking at this chart. It doesn't really make sense to me. How could the return be more negative than the maximum drawdown? Hey, Babao, welcome back. Very bad in recent updates. Catch what is that? Blazingly fast. Space. Interesting. I saw. Maybe I do something like that these days. Switch my OS. It's probably not easy to do on a Mac. Oh, gotta restart my screen again. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna regenerate. I think that makes sense. This is gonna work now. We're making an app kind of thing. Yeah, we can an app. It's a website. Maybe an app one day, mobile app. All right, so supposedly it installed the emulator. We will try and run it. Okay, let's see what it did for the reviews. That's awesome. Wait, are you storing every review? Like, I don't need to do that. You just store like your average or whatever. Okay, cool. It fixed the... Oh, that doesn't look right either. Yeah, it looks like the logic isn't quite right here for generating this chart. Rethink it. It's like, you know... I think it's like, you know, first you have to see, okay, the signal, right? It's a recession year. Now you need to check every single day to see if it's, you know, you got to do a max. If it's greater than the max, you know, then you got to refresh it. And that's how you get the max drawdown. All right, I'm gonna try this a few more times, but I think it's struggling to start up the emulator, so I'm going to probably going to just do that later. Just pulling recent ones. Nice, that's awesome. We can get 1,000 reviews at a time. 200, yeah. So can you tell me exactly where you're storing here? Kind of give me the general layout of everything we're storing, including the reviews and the installs, everything that we've started to store so far. We're building an investment app. We're building the process of collecting data. We're going to allow users to answer questions with. Okay, so here's the full picture, everything we're storing. Let's look what we're storing. App metrics, score, ratings, reviews, installs, view sentiment, lifetime score. Okay, cool. Category rankings. So we're using 8 apps total. Can we also track the Horizon Worlds app? I believe there's an app for that. Can we add that one? So it's looking for the Horizon Worlds. It might not. This might not be called Horizon. Maybe it's just Horizon. Okay, we got to update the emulator in Android Studio. Okay, I will put a pin in this one for now. Where did you put the plan for this again? We're going to pick it up later. You saved it somewhere, right? Okay, so Meta Horizon isn't accessible via Google Play Public API. It's a Quest Store exclusive. Oh, right. I think they have their own app. What's it called again? Don't they have like a app? Like, how do you even get Horizon Worlds on Android then? Isn't it like a... Yeah, let's just use whatever app they use to get that. Is it called? It's probably Quest. It's like Quest app or something. Okay, so I'm gonna move this one over here. We'll come back to that later. So I added some logic for this. Let's go ahead and run it again. Can you analyze the charts that we have? I mean, can you give us some critiques and maybe like ideas for new charts? I think the worst chart we have right now is the line with arrow. I think it's pretty bad. Can you start with that one? How can we improve it? What kinds of other things can we include to make this communicate more eye-catching data? Because we do have the data, it's just like a matter of representing it in the chart. Oh yeah, there we go. Metaverse sentiment is weak across the board. Horizon, Roblox, and VR chat all showing significant negative gaps. Only Rec Room is holding steady. Interesting. You can also add Steam here as well. So add Steam, add Instagram, add TikTok. What else do we care about? Yeah, go ahead and add Gemini as well. I mean, yeah, Gemini. I think that's their app. And then, yeah, let's add ChatGPT. Yeah, let's add ChatGPT. Hey, JMD, how's it going? Woke up at 8 a.m. Nice. Yeah, you're like me. I think I finally fixed it, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, go ahead and implement that. Wait. Confidence bands. Wait, what exactly is broken? Can you explain? We're just trying to make it more interesting. I don't think anything is broken unless you found something. Yeah, exactly. It's boring. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and add those things. That makes sense. Okay, so we added a bunch more. Okay, can we double check here? Are we going to hit the rate limits if we update this every day? I think we're done adding more for the moment. Why is this site so easy to scrape? What's the dealio here? They actually want it accessible. That's cool. Is there anything that we could get that we aren't getting currently? You see anything that we didn't, that we missed? probably answer more of our questions. Let me pull it up here. The developer email. Interesting. Oh, you could track how quickly they reply to their customers. Some apps. There is one company that I wanted to check. Hold on. What's it called? Can't remember. Okay, so we got our improved line chart. Let's check it out. Should maybe make it clear which one creates each chart so I can just easily find it. Takes too long. Should be able to like select, go backwards. It's a trend, right? Yeah, I'll just ask. Which questions do we have that use the line with arrow? I cannot find it. Oops. Oh, I know what's going on. The reason why the stream keeps freezing. I finally figured it out. Related to my memory. Whenever it gets to below 20 gigabytes left, I think it's just my RAM running and just like hitting the limit. I just emptied the trash. I think it will work now. Delete a few more things. Only one template uses the line arrow. Why? That's in seasonal. So how come only that one uses it? So is this like only something that would work for seasonal or something? What's the point? I don't know, my user type. Current version at review. Wait, can we track the types of packages that they are creating? Or can we only say that they're using ads or not? Like if we could say, oh, they added a new package, that might be an interesting thing we could note. Is that possible? Oh, hey, look, this chart's way better. It's a little hard to read. So maybe we remove a few things, but also the headline and title we have to fix as well. Yeah, it's a little hard to read. I don't really fully understand what's going on. This chart's kind of hard to read. Also, I'm not really sure it makes sense, right? I mean, it's asking when during the month does the Santa Claus rally occur, so that the chart doesn't seem to answer that question, right? Like, you'd have to do something quite a bit different. I'm not even sure you could use this chart to answer that. So double check here. Okay, so, Google Play exposes the price range, but not the individual. So we could track that their max price increased. Not a bad thing. Nice, yeah, that's cool. Like, okay, so let's say you learn that a company drops their min price. Doesn't tell you, like, it's just worth investigating, right? And that's all I would say. We don't know why or anything. Yeah, let's go ahead and add that too. I think that's kind of cool. Let's add that for our current apps. And it should be, we're keeping track of the max, min, and go ahead and add the developer reply thing too. Okay, so it's telling me to deprecate the line arrow for now. Is there any kind of question that would make sense with this line arrow thing? Like, what would be the sort of question?
No, love doesn't fade.
I feel like we already have the range band chart though. Like if you look at the range band chart, that kind of already answers all these, right? So probably not something we should have. Excalibur, I don't really need your help. I'm doing fine. Yes, so we already answered this chart. Let's go ahead and deprecate the line with arrow. Yeah, let's deprecate the line with arrow, but what chart can we use to answer this question? So intra-period progression. Oh yeah, that's a perfect chart. And then you have like a bunch of lines. I really like that one. Yeah, let's do that. That's cool. So I'm assuming it would have like a bunch of lines. That would be like, you know, that intra-period. That x-axis is just the intra-period and then has a ton of lines. The only problem though is, again, this won't work for like thousands of data points, right? You can't really have thousands of lines. It'd be extremely hard to read. What do you recommend for that? Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't know how to code and you're using this, yeah, I guess you'll probably have trouble at some point. Oh, well, and he's right in some sense, right? It's like if you're trying to build a business or something, like that's an incredibly hard thing to do. High failure rate. But we accept the failure rate. We put in enough time and we see if we succeed. So that is our plan. So let's read these options. Yeah, that's how you do that. It's a spaghetti plot. That's fun. I like that. That's cool. Okay, let's do the spaghetti plot. Okay, let's do the spaghetti plot. The reason I like charts is because there's so many different types, like, that I never heard of ever. Okay, so CBank has a 31% reply rate. Shopee has 100%. No way. It seems like some of these are broken, right? Because there's no way Shopee has 100% reply rate. What's up with that? I mean, is that real? Like, there's like thousands of reviews a day, right? I'm going to attach our current brief because there was one thing I didn't like about it for today, which is this one. I'm gonna clear the thing first. So for today, we generated this chart. This chart's pretty bad, like one line. First of all, what went wrong here? Yeah, I mean, realistically, should we be using a table for this kind of question? Can't really tell. I think there's no way you could make it more entries based on the question. Wow. So it's real. Shopee is responding to reviews in under 1 hour. Is that like an actual person? Are they using AI to do this, or are these actual people that are responding to every single review? How many reviews do they get a day, Shopee? Oh, that's another thing we should add to our data. The average reviews per day. Because can't we use that to make an estimate about, like let's say, you have a lot of reviews per day. Oh wait, we're not tracking downloads, right? We don't have that information. All we have is the total downloads, right? Oh, but we have the total downloads for every day. We can figure out how many downloads every day, right? If we're running this every day, then can't we get the difference between yesterday's and today and get the daily download? Because the thought here is that you could look at the total reviews posted per day and the total downloads per day, and you could try to make a model of how engaged the user is, because if, let's say, you have 600 positive reviews and 1,000 downloads or something like this, that would be an incredibly engaged user. So you can and you could likewise have the opposite, right? Like, let's say you have no reviews, 1,000 downloads. This tells us something, right? Like, even if they have a good download amount, we can try to learn something about the company this way. What do you think about this? Let's ideate on this idea. I forgot to deprecate the line arrow. I'll do that. You can go ahead and deprecate the line arrow one. We'll keep the... So you can remove that everywhere in the code base that you see it. So you can go through LLM response and everything else, and the back end as well. We're just not going to generate this chart anymore. It's daily installs. Oh yeah, we can get daily installs. Nice. Oh, this is awesome. See, this is really great for third world, I'll call them emerging market countries, because most of them are using Android. So for this particular company, this is a really great place to find data. And it is an app. Like, most of their company is just apps. They're using their phone for it. So we could learn a lot about the company just from this data. I'm sure a lot of other people are doing this too, but our goal is to make it available for the user very easily. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, we could have three ideas: the review rate, rating rate, and then a voice ratio, which is how long the reviews are. Trying to like capture engagement. Goes to both directions though. You could have a long but negative. It's sort of like a multiplier almost. Like if you have a long positive review, that would be the most engaged scenario. You could have a long and negative review. That would be the most negatively engaged scenario. You could score it long but neutral. It signals something else. Typically, you never would see that. You'd only, like, people generally only rate 5-star or 1-star. That's kind of how this works. That's cool. Okay, high installs, low reviews, passive users. Low installs, high reviews, organic. It's probably true. High reviews, negative, vocal, angry. Yep. Installs. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. We're going to make this a separate storage though. So we're not going to store this in the same place as the other data. I think it kind of makes sense. It's its own category. This is like it's almost like our estimate category, right? The other one was just factual. Now we're creating a new category of data that's more like our model, right? We're going to be using this to create like research, right? So let's try to develop a model here that's like based on what we talked about here, right? We're kind of creating these scores, and they're into different categories: engagement, positive to negative engagement. But I like the part that you added about the signal. The signal is really interesting. So create a dictionary of signals based on the installs, the reviews, the depth, so the length of the reviews. Before we continue though, please double check, can we actually reliably get the daily installs? Do we have everything we need to get, we run this every day, that we're getting the daily installs like delta there? It'd be fair to say if you were a writer, a public speaker, that your AI prompts would be better. The AI would work better. Yeah, Gremlin, I think you're probably right. If I was, but it just depends how you're working, right? For me personally, I am talking, but someone else might prefer to type it, right? Which is better, I don't know. But this is just how I like to work. It's hard to know because it's sort of a black box, which would give us better results. Maybe we could run a little bit of an experiment. We could run a little bit of an experiment. We could try building the same exact app. In fact, that could be maybe a video idea, right? But you're on the same exact app. One of them is me just speaking, and the first experiment is I speak very badly, right? Very inarticulate. I sort of just ramble on for like 4 paragraphs. The next one is I speak, but I'm a little bit better, maybe half as much. And then the next one is I'm pretty articulate. And then the next one is I type it, like I'm very precise. And then also one where I talk it and basically the same, but also very precise, something like this. And a control of like, what's the control? I don't know if that's the best designed experiment, but something like that. We could get an idea of which produce more bugs. But as long as this is working for me, right, I'm getting the result I'm looking for, right? I'm building the models and I'm answering the questions, and I'm kind of, so as long as I'm doing all that, I'm okay if it's not like exactly optimal what I'm sending. Like it's probably like anything, like it's like diminishing returns. So we might get maybe a margin, maybe we get slightly better style here, like maybe one less bug here. If we did it exact, that's what I would guess the situation is. This is 'cause I'm also an author. Oh yeah, look at folks. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, imagine as an author, right? You have a very strong command of language. Granted, I guess writing and speaking, like if you're speaking like I am, but you're probably typing it. Let's see what it did here. I use Cloud because I like it. I'm not sponsored or anything. I'm not big enough to be sponsored. I just I enjoy it, and just for me, seem to get maybe better results. Seems to be faster. Also, the price aspect. I feel like I get the most value out of it. Cool. Yeah, I do. I was a developer for over 4 years. I graduated in it. That's awesome. So we actually got a daily install where we're able to capture this every day. To be honest, when I started today, I had no idea we were going to be able to do this as easily as we did it. I thought it was something that required a lot of scraping and a lot of thinking. This part of it, this can already answer quite a lot of questions. I'm pretty happy about it. That I'm going to have, you know. Let's see the engagement ratios, rating rate percent. You can track this every day. Did you make sure to make this very clean? Again, it should be a very similar concept of like, first of all, I should be able to run it multiple times a day. And it shouldn't like create multiple entries per day, right? We're really limiting it based on the day. You can think of the day, that's like the unique key. And it should also be keeping track like the last ones, right? We got to make sure we're not counting reviews twice every time we run this. Otherwise the data is kind of messed up. So what's the third thing? Let me look at the data again. So we know 8.1% of raters. Well, that's cool. We actually know how many people are writing the reviews versus just reading. That's cool. I like that. So we know the average review length or reviews, sentiment, direction declining, developer reply rate. Yeah, I thought they replied. Oh, I see. CBank is where they don't reply very much, but Shopee is where they reply like a lot. So we're going to be using this data for a lot of analysis. So is there any critiques you see for how we're storing it? We're going to be running this every day, collecting a large set of like historical sentiment analysis. We're going to be building charts. So we need this data to be very clean. We don't want to have to prep it. It should be just like the way that you're formatting this. It really matters that we get it right from the beginning. So let's take a, let's really analyze and figure out how we want this to be structured. I'm gonna try the spaghetti chart. Oh, stopped. Oh, there it is. I don't see it. It's the spaghettis. Did you add the spaghetti chart? I don't see it in the admin page. Okay, so let's take a look. I'm going to read this for a bit. We have good data. Duplicate storage. Oh yeah, let's not do that. And only review. The only issue with how we've structured this though is like, we're going to need to run this at the same time every day, right? If we don't, it's going to kind of mess up our analysis, right? We might see like a jump because we ran it maybe a slightly different time of the day for our daily cron job, So how should we go about this? Is there any way we can get around that? Probably not, right? It's like almost a strict requirement that we're running at the same time every day. So we're going to need maybe a little bit of an auditing thing, or like if we somehow we missed time period by maybe 30 minutes, then we just don't count it in the data. Hey, how's it going, Shri? We're doing some cool app analysis. We're going to build some more charts based on sentiments and all this stuff. It's going to be great. This is for mobile apps. Got like a nice little pipeline here now that we're going to start scheduling it every day. It's going to build a giant data set that we're going to start managing. We have like kind of like maybe our little own model about like engagement and things like this based on how long the reviews are, sentiment, reviews to install ratio, all this stuff. It's pretty fun. I think it'd be good. Wait, can you explain this normalized thing? What exactly are you doing are you already doing this? So if you do run at a different time of the day, it's like, how exactly are you kind of doing like an average based on an hour or something? Or what do you call that? Like a projection based on the hour? Yes, so day 1 AM installs. Yes. Exactly. Should we do this though? I mean, okay, there's like 2 options, right? Either we do this or we just like, if we don't run this at the right time, then we just don't count the data. Which do you think makes more sense? Like it's sort of like we skip it. It's like not a data point we will even consider. It's like not. Dad jokes they often give me in the SLA. Wait, why are they doing dad jokes? Are you asking them to do dad jokes? Doesn't that would make sense? You put it in your rules, do dad jokes. Unless skipping is probably better for research. Exactly, yeah. I think, you know, here's why I'm thinking skip the data. It's like, we probably will get it right. There might be a day something happens and it's a fine. We just skip the data point, maybe 1 out of 100 days. We don't need to do any weird logic that could cause bugs and potentially mess with our data. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking the skip approach makes sense. So in order to do this, you'd probably store when you collected it, and if it's not within 15 minutes or something like this of the scheduled time, then we just don't even count that data when we're collecting everything. So you don't need the logic for that, but just the collected part. Let's make sure to store that. What do you think? Yeah, exactly. Collection doesn't need to know the schedule. You know what? I'm going to interrupt it because I think we're at a point that it's time to commit this, because it's done some good stuff and I don't want to mess it up. Let me create a repo for this. So here's I'm going to make sure this is private. This is an important part of our product. Data feeds. What did we call it? Call it app rankings. We'll put it in a new directory. It's going to be called put it there. I want a better name. Let's see. Fine. Data feeds is a very bad name. That's fine. Change it someday. I forgot to put it in the folder. Okay, so we created our new repo. Cool. So now we can continue what we were doing. Add it in GitHub desktop. Be pink. And we will have the funniest comments. What AI are you using? I'm using Cloud Code, Opus 4.5 for the model. Hey Fred, how's it going? Oops. Needs to run the source. Oh, I have forgot to go to the new directory that we've created. Whoever said that on whatever platform, he's cross-stream on. Don't know what that means. Are you doing a free version? Are you paying? I am using the Cloud Max. This Python, using TypeScript, and Python Flask for the backend. But for now, we are building just Python scripts because we're building our data pipeline that we're going to feed to make cool questions that we can answer good questions. This is our platform currently. So let's check our charts. Okay, cool. We got our spaghetti chart. Let's go check it out. So I do not see the spaghetti chart. Oh, here it is. They replaced the old one. So let's see which one will trigger it. It is the earning seasons. Cool. That sounds interesting. So if I choose the spaghetti chart, I should be able to see something. This is a new one. I'm gonna wait till it loads though. Send. Yes. Oh, it lost our context from before, so we gotta re-explain some things. So do you understand, so our current goal is trying to keep this data very clean, because this is going to be a long running, we're going to run this every day, and we're going to need to be able to remove data points that were collected at certain times of the day that were outside the range of our daily run. Maybe something happened. No, something happened to the cron job, so we want to make sure to have a collected at field for all of our data that we collect. Also, please look at all of our data. We're going to analyze again. What we want to avoid, our goal, is we do not want to have to reformat this data later, because it's a huge pain. So we have to make sure to get it right in the beginning. So let's critique this data. It should be maintainable. It should be something, think about our goals, which is that should be easy to query. We're trying to answer certain types of questions. I'll give you an example. And we're running this sentiment analysis. So everything should be easy to query to answer all types of questions about the company. Okay, so I think that's good enough. I think it understands kind of roughly our goal with that. This is our spaghetti. I don't really like how the key is over the chart. I'll probably put the key up here. But other than that, it looks pretty cool. And we just have to fix the chart headline and chart description there. So I'm going to save that, and I'm going to plug it in. But I am going to commit first because I like it. So let's see what we changed here. Okay, good. We changed that. Nice, yeah. Admin regenerate, what's this? Oh yeah, just more the same. We replaced an old chart. So for this chart, I attached the image. We need to put the key. You see that key in the bottom right? We need to put that at the top right. And then also for this page, we got to make sure to put we always generate the chart headline and description to be, the same under a certain amount of characters, the same way we do it for the chart generation on the homepage on the today's brief. So take a look at that. It should be done the same way. We have to include that as a line in the JSON. Oh, we're not storing JSON here. Get rid of that. We're not storing anything, but we just need to make sure to get that information and use it. If we already are getting the information, we just have to use it in the chart if we're not already. Change it longer. Yeah, we're going pretty hardcore. Doesn't really matter. I think the time zone so much, as long as we do it at the same time every day. Schema versioning, no, that's okay.
Underneath the full moon.
Nope, you're on your own. Oh, I didn't see that. Just now showing you. Yeah, I did have coding experience before this. I worked for 4 years, software engineer. Okay, let me finish reading this. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Let's fix that. Definitely fix number 1. Let's fix number 2. Do we need to store when the reviews were? I don't think so, right? I mean, as long as we're keeping an index, we're getting the newest. I don't think it matters too much. What do you think about that? Are you still a dev? No, I'm doing this. Well, I guess technically, since I'm doing this, it's still dev work. It's different kind, but same sort of thing. Less meetings. Okay, so already passed. Okay, cool. So I think this is fixed. Now the headline will work. Okay, this is still blocking the chart, so we should move this still a bit up. The key is still kind of blocking the chart. Let's just put it a bit up so it doesn't block anything. I'm not sure about the info. Let's fix just 1 and 2 for now. Oh, network engineering. Okay, I think I might have to regen. I'm not really sure. Cool. I think I'm going to go grab a coffee. I'll be right back.
Feel your echo. Distant whispers rise up on down. Feel the earth, hear the sound. Feet on fire, I trace the ash. Wild winds howl as echoes crash underneath the floor. Take my hand, we'll dance unbound. Take my hand, we'll dance unbound. Take my hand, we'll dance
We fixed a few things with the data collection. Let me look at number 3 again.
Take my hand, we'll dance unbound.
Make this bigger. Can't see it. Number 3, queryability issues. Data. Specifically this, I want to know. What did it mean by different structures? So you said this. Can you tell me about the structure? Let's list out what you're talking about is different. We do kind of want like a similar, we want this data to be consistent with how we query. We don't want to have like for every single type of data, we have to make a different type of query in terms of like the general structure, right? The general structure of these is very similar, right? It's like you got the date, you got the data. So what's the difference here between these? The comments here. 45, realistically speaking, especially when it comes to getting my first job.
Feet on fire, I trace the ash. Wild winds howl as echoes crash underneath the full moon.
Not really sure I have insight on this. I'm not. I don't know. It's hard to predict the future, Really know. I think if you like it, right? Like, let's say you like programming.
Take my hand, we'll dance.
I think it's worth maybe exploring, right? I think I knew a lot of people in college who they didn't really like it very much. They did it for money, but some of it's a little tough sometimes,
Take my hand,
Hard to be good at something. The difference to feel.
take my hand, we'll dance unbound.
Gotcha. I do think programming is changing. Like the entry-level jobs are changing a little bit. And it's kind of unclear exactly. It also depends where you live, right? So there's just a lot of things, like if you live in, Seattle, if you live in a place where the job market might be a little different, so I don't really know. Because there's definitely, in the US at least, there's like a few cities with a lot of tech jobs. And like most of the cities have very, very few in comparison. So, it depends what country you're in and all that stuff too, so. File per app per day. Huh. Yeah, that actually makes kind of sense. So each app has its own file. That makes a lot more sense. I think we're storing it all in the same file. Yeah, that makes it a lot simpler to manage. Slightly hard to query, but that's fine. Yeah, let's do well, I'm gonna ask I'm pretty sure option A. Biggest thing, there's a big difference between working the creation side of IT and the support side of IT. Yeah, definitely. See that for sure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, let's do let's do option A. That makes a lot of sense. And don't worry about the existing data. We can just delete it. It's just, that was just testing, right? So don't worry about like migration and all that crazy stuff. Oh, nice. It fixed the chart a little bit. Looks a little wacky where the legend is. I like the chart though. Oh, that's cool. It says the best and worst, so you can see the best earnings dates was 1933. What's the question again? April earnings season. I guess that's probably like a quarter or something. Oh no, it's 22 days. Gotcha. So when do you tweet this, right? You tweet this end of like at the beginning of April on our admin panel. Yeah, it's my new favorite chart. I like it. I want to make more like this one. I want to make more charts like this one. This one's really cool. Can you give me some more ideas? So they should be similar, other types of questions that maybe we don't have already. Take a look at our charts. I think the reason I like this one, why do I like this one? Okay, why do I like some charts and not others? I think the reason is like I just like kind of looking around and trying to find fun facts. Like if there's lots of stuff everywhere, I'm like, oh, it has to look nice too. I like this chart because it has a lot of interesting data that you can. It takes a while for you to kind of absorb. But it's not too cluttered, right? It's like just about right. What are some other fun charts like this? And we'll move the key over. Thanks. Yeah. Good job in QA first. Move to dev. Work. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, it's I feel like you guys have a lot more life experience than I do. So a little hesitant. Let's see here. I like the idea, Ricardo. Let's try that. You always come at just the right moments. I need some new ideas for prompts. No, I mean, it's just like you guys have a lot more, and also, again, it depends like where you live and stuff like that. It just depends on your situation, you know. What? It's like everyone has to choose their own path. It's hard to give advice if you don't have like all the information. You know what I mean? How I feel. eBay for cloud. I recently updated my Cloud Max. I'm splurging. Just having so much fun. It's hard to go over to slower things. Oh yeah, I'm not. It's not that I would say anything that hurts your feelings or anything. I just legitimately, I don't have all the information. That makes sense. You know what I mean? Signal. Oh yeah, let's do your idea, Ricardo. That sounds fun. For chart ideas. Oh, oops. We'll try this recovery path spaghetti because I like this chart so much. We'll just make another one. And I'm gonna commit first though. Money-wise, like, it depends how much you're coding. So if you think you're doing a few hours a day, I probably would just do like, I'd probably use anti-gravity. If you want to save money, use anti-gravity, free credits. If you're coding 8 hours a day, probably Cloud Code Max makes a lot more sense. At least that's what I'm thinking. Either that or sort of switch between all of the ones, try to get max free credits. But as far as experience goes, I like Cloud Code Max the best by quite a lot. I just, I enjoy it. I like the look of it. It's very fast, I feel like, and I seem to get good results. I don't know how much of this, like, placebo or whatever, but it seems like I do. This is fun. I like this margin of safety one. We'll add that one. See what that looks like. Fearing greed payoff matrix. How do you get the sentiment level though? Is that like, oh, it's the VIX. It's fun. Time heals all wounds. That one's kind of boring. Oh, this is a great question. I like these kinds of questions. When does the market return nothing for 10 plus years, and what were the starting conditions? I think it happened like 2 or 3 times, but what we could do is bring in other countries as well. I think it's more than 2 or 3 times for 10 plus years, but 20 was like 2 times, I think. It's in the US. So these are the teal charts, power law days. Oh, these are great questions because they're kind of counter, you know, like when you see them, you're like, wow, man, if I take my money out and I miss 5 days, it's a huge impact on your ending returns. The best 5 days. Census is usually wrong. That's kind of fun. We already have a lot of the charts for this, but let's go ahead and add these types of questions too. Let's go ahead and, you know, what I want you to do, look at all the questions we have. Figure out the gaps here, right? There are some really great questions. I think my least favorite is probably, I'm gonna put in the one I don't really care for. The rest are pretty good. So let's go through, figure out where we have no questions on this. This pattern, I guess. And let's add it. Let's figure out what chart makes sense. Well, let's ideate first. Like, for all of these questions, do we have the chart that would work to answer the question, right? That's number one, right? So go through every single one, see the patterns that we have, and make sure we can answer it completely. If we can't, then we'll make some new charts. You invest in Bitcoin miners? I don't. I'm not really a huge fan of crypto, to be honest. Yeah, that makes sense. Destruction, I think. And like, if you like it, that's a good sign, right? If you really like programming, you're doing it, you like it. You know, I think it's like I said, it's kind of hard to be good at things you don't like. I feel like you can grind it, I guess, but then it's kind of, you know, like why switch, right? You switch from one to the other, but you don't like it. I guess you could do it for money, I guess, but I don't know. It's hard to be motivated. At least that's my experience for me, right? Like, I don't like something. Okay, what we can do, safety. Nice. There's a table. This was a good idea, Roberto. I like these. I think we're gonna do this more often. Just like bring up people that different types of investors. Maybe do Drunken Miller next. What kind of chart would he like? It's fun. But before I continue, I want to save this recovery path spaghetti. This before we continue, let's save this conversation as a document. We're going to refer to it later. So, and once you do that, let's go ahead and implement this. Generate a few questions that we can test this chart on if we don't already have some. Make sure to, go through the questions and figure out which chart this question would work for as well. Well, let's do it. Let's do a run here. So let's generate some new data using the new format. Let's run everything. Scrape everything, build this. After you finish, give me a list of questions I can ask and get answers to. We're going to go through and see what the answers are. So it should be about all the companies. Maybe make a list of 30 questions.
Distant whispers rise up unbound. Feel the earth, hear the sound. Feet on fire, I trace the ash. Wild winds howl as echoes crash underneath the full moon. Take my hand, we'll dance unbound. Take my hand, we'll dance unbound. Take my hand, we'll dance unbound. Take my hand, we'll dance unbound.
I'm having trouble running the script and install. There we go. Okay, finally got it. Always a struggle with that.
Take my hand, we'll dance unbound. Take my hand, we'll dance unbound. Take my hand, we'll dance unbound.
Okay, we added the spaghetti chart. The new spaghetti one. Two spaghettis. Let's try it out. Which question? Recovery. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Let's try it. So one thing I've noticed, so there was a time we spent probably half a day working on charts, and like we were having a pretty rough time, like a lot of bugs. But as soon as we did the refactor and we separated out every chart generation into another file, every different type, now suddenly we can make new charts, no problem. Sometimes maybe if if anyone's running into trouble, just do those refactors. I feel like every single time throughout this process, in terms of when we worked on the game, we did a refactor, made everything much more modular. If you can make a new feature in just like another page, go for that option. Because definitely before we had a lot of trouble generating more charts. It seems like this is going much faster. Next, we're going to do all those new ones, like Peter Thiel and like 20 charts. Had tons. This one looks like kind of the same to me. Don't really see much difference. Yeah, see, this is a fun chart. You learn stuff, right? Okay, so if you have a huge drop, and it's intuitive, the next 60 days are very just everywhere. Like, Seems like the recoding, if you don't mind me asking. It's like a investment tool. I'll show you. Like this. Right now we're building charts and data that are really interesting to people. And we'll show them on the front page every day. This is our current day. This one's bad. I'm fixing that one. But with that said, I don't really understand how this chart is different than this one. So let's try to ask. I'm not really understanding what's the difference between the recovery path chart and the intra-period. They kind of look the same to me. Okay, so we're gonna plug this one in after. Cool. Thanks, RJ. Yeah, I'm really stoked about how this is turning out. I can only imagine. I mean, there's just a lot of progress, and I'm seeing where this is going, and it makes a lot of sense to me. We just keep building cool data of a huge data set every day. Now we're building a nice set of charts of maybe like 100 different types. Praise Baba. No, I hit 31 today, so I think that's my record. It's 31. Okay, we're using as a stack. We're on the front end, we're using just TypeScript and Tailwind. And the back end, we're using Python and Flask. Python Flask. And that's pretty much it. Some libraries for the charts. And we are using others too for visuals. For the data, we're using Y Finance for now. Okay, so it told me what the difference is between these two. The difference between intra-period chart, which is also spaghetti plot, the whole calendar period. Yeah. Yeah. Let's we don't need two of these. So let's just keep the recovery path only. No, they're kind of the same, right? So just make sure when you do fix this kind of redundancy here, you know, the ones that do depend on the signal should be able to use this chart too. So you're going to need to change the logic a little bit. But definitely, yeah. Let's merge these two. So many cool questions, bro. This is fun. Let's run this one. I think there'll come a time, I guess financially free, title. Yeah. You think there will come a time when AI creates their own coding language, vibe coding? It's a good question. Not really sure. Yeah, because I mean, it's kind of like you guys are the philosopher Wittgenstein. He argues that like humans, our current language is not really optimal for basically the way that we communicate is depending on the language, it's going to be different, right? Like psychologically, and also like might not be optimal to express certain things. Like we're just limited, so it's kind of maybe the same. Maybe there's a better way, but granted, I think it's a good question. Like maybe there is a better way to write everything that improves performance. But it also depends on the training data, right? So right now we have so much training data for the stuff that's already human written. So it's going to be hard to overcome that if you make a new programming language. It's also going to be hard to prove that it is better until you have the training data to prove that it's better, or prove that it can be better. It's a little bit of a black box. My point is like, yeah, I hope that made sense. Honestly. Yeah. Well, yeah, and also like sometimes we do need to understand it, right? Like we create something that's like really optimal for AI, but then we can never actually like read it very well. It's a little tough unless it's truly so good that we don't need to look at it at all ever. Which, oh, we got our list of 20 questions. Let's take a look at this. We're going to answer every single one. That's 30 questions. I'm going to make a new doc based on our data. It'll be a good proof of concept. All right, let's just go through. You ran the data now, right? So we're going to build a set of queries to answer every single one of these questions. And we're going to save it in a file called queries. This is it's like a proof of concept, right? To show that we can answer based on our model and what we've created here, we can answer interesting questions. So you're going to build this, and you're going to, it's the way the file is going to be structured. It's going to be create a file actually for each company, right? The scripts you're going to build for each of those questions. Those will have the queries. And then at the end of the file, you'll put the, kind of just like, okay, sorry. As I'm speaking, I'm realizing I want to do it differently. Then after you build that file, you're going to create a new file. It's just going to be like a text document or something that's going to give the verdict for all of the results. And then there's going to be another file. So there's like 3 files for each section of 5 questions. So 3 files for each. There's going to be the results, the scripts, and then there's going to be the verdict. So that's going to be like you explaining the results. And you're going to put this in a directory, call it just POC. And then make a final summary doc of all the answers to the questions and interesting things that happened while running it. Right? Like, where did we run into challenges answering these questions? Did we have all the data necessary? Okay, I'm somewhat satisfied with that.
Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Yeah. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Never do. Could be now, yeah. Could be there. Oh no.
Excuse me. We make it. It's Lincoln. Building an investment platform, gives you newsletters, data. Right now we're adding more charts. And we are answering a set of questions based on the data we've brought in and collected. Building a little pipeline to answer cool questions. Looks like this. Tracks your portfolio performance. This is our admin panel, only for us.
I can feel it coming up. Something shifting in the dust. Ain't no map, ain't no plan. Faltered whisper, phone dry. Still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now. Yeah, could be then.
A lot of, it's removing a, we kind of duplicated a chart. We're removing a lot of charts. I can feel it coming up. Something shifting in the dust. Ain't no map, ain't no plan. Filtered whisper, phone. Okay, I'm running this. We just finished this, so we're just gonna make sure this works, and then we're gonna go ahead and create like a bunch of new charts. We'll try that. I just want to make sure this one works before I do that.
a sound. Whole world quiet.
Nice. That looks kind of cool. Added some sort of... Okay. So we should move the key just to the left. I think that's fine. All right, so let's just move the key, you know, the average, best, etc. Let's move that just a bit to the left because it's kind of over the chart. I'm gonna commit that though. That's cool.
When the minds are easy, been high, been through, been torn, so torn. But daylight's here, like it's reborn.
So I'm just gonna run that, and then we're gonna clear, and we're going to start our new set.
Signs sit, but they don't say when. Could be now, you could be there. Phone dry. Doors closed.
Okay, we finished our proof of concept for answering our set of 30 questions. So we'll be able to see the results based on the data we've collected, built over the last few hours. So once this is done, we will read it together. And while we're reading it, I'm going to send this file created for all the new charts. That's over here. Right here. I'll just attach it. I don't know why I'm copying it. How's it going again? Chart ideas. All right, so we're going to implement these new charts that we need to answer these questions. If we don't need new charts, we already have the chart necessary. Choose our existing charts. So this is a big change. I need to implement a few new charts and put new questions in. For now, just put the new questions in the chart prototyping lab. Don't put them, they don't need to be in the today's brief yet. We're still in the testing phase. So you don't need to change necessarily everywhere. Okay. Now let's read our document. I'm going to open our other project called POC. Let's see, I'm going to open this a different way. So, okay, just to explain what's going on here, for anyone's watching. We have all these questions, and we've collected a bunch of data, and I've asked it to go through that data, give us the problems, like where were the gaps in our data that allowed us, prevented us from answering to the fullest extent. So this one compared Mobile Legends to Robinhood to Tokopedia, which is commerce, Southeast Asia. See, this is a surprising result. This is actually an interesting insight, right? Lazada is, there's a very strong narrative that this is a losing competitor. So, according to the recent 1,000 reviews, Cash App greater than PayPal, that's expected. TikTok has the worst social sentiments despite the dominance. Free Fire has better ratings than PUBG. These are all companies that we kind of plugged into our analysis. Our goal is to provide insights that people will click on and pay for the Pro package, Premier package, based on what they own. Okay, so here are some challenges encountered with trying to answer some of these questions. Some queries require data from multiple sources with how we structured, how we saved the data. So we validated type of question. However, what I wanted is I wanted the actual answers. Oh, I see. Okay. Just how it's formatted is weird. So it seems like it was able to answer every question. I'm gonna clarify. I'm not actually sure, but it definitely seems like it. Read about. Hey, Rob. Wait, is that the Rob from before? Rob, are you back? Months ago. Okay, so we added all of our new charts. Let's reload the page and see why we're reading that. Okay, I don't see the new charts. Maybe it didn't make any new ones. Let me look. Did you not make any new charts? So you didn't need to make anything new to answer all of these things? That's a good sign, I guess. Charts can cover everything. So I was looking at this document. Were we really able to answer every single question that was in that document? I guess that once we have this, we can start maybe putting this in for some companies. Wait, but how are you able to answer it totally though? Like, we can't get really historical data. Did all the questions rely on very recent data? Is that how this was? Is that how we were able to answer all of them? Oh, oops. Oh, okay, cool. No new charts needed. Let's go ahead and try out some of these. Okay, let's try this one. I haven't tried this chart before, this relative strength one.
Phone dry, still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt.
Okay, so it answered this question. Oh, okay. They specifically designed the questions.
Could be now, yeah, it could be then.
I'm kind of thinking of a strategy to maybe fill out the historical data. Is there any place we can, we can pay basically to access their API maybe for a month, grab all the data we need? You probably can't do that, right? I don't think you can. Can you do that? Like, legally speaking? Save it and just use it? Can you, would that be allowed? Like, we use the API, download a bunch of data, and then we just stop using the API, we store it, we use it? Worth asking. You wouldn't use Sensor Tower though. Value consistently beats growth. It's fun. Just need to fix the key. Can you go ahead and I won't do that. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back in about a minute or so.
Silence speaks when the mind's at ease. Been high, been through, been torn. But daylight's here like it's reborn.
Wait, right now.
Phone dry, still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Yeah. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now, yeah, could be then. edge feel true. Not yet. But it's breaking through. Filtered whisper. Phone dry.
For the relative strength chart, can you move over the key so it doesn't on the top of the graph? You move it to the left. Also, I think we can add, so you see all the types of questions that we've created here, these patterns, we can start adding to the actual LLM service for today's brief. So let's go ahead and do that. Anything that's missing in the LLM service, let's add these patterns and make sure always put like the chart type. Like we have the chart types that are acceptable for each question. How come this is so expensive? Like, in theory, couldn't we just do this for a year and charge that? Like, what stops us from doing that? Because, I mean, we could create historical data while we're doing it.
Sky's been gray. Still feel late.
Let's try another one. This one's fun. But did I choose the right chart, though? Oh, it's just a table. It's kind of boring. I kind of want a scatter plot. Oh, we gotta wait till it finishes running. It's a code changes. I mean, saying, look at our project, right? We have gathered a bunch of data. We now have now we can gather a bunch of data. We're doing it from Google App Store. What stops us from collecting this for a year, and then we sell it? Is that just like is there some compliance stuff, or what's the deal? Like, for example, my question to you is like, can we build this historical data? And it's like, okay, it's going to cost $1,000 to do that. I mean, what stops us from, for a year, what stops us from collecting from the Google App Store for a year and start selling it to people? Is it just compliance? Is that the only reason? Not that. I get it. It's like a lot of apps. There's a lot of apps. But maybe do fraction. Compliance is the legal barrier. Yep. Yeah, but okay, so if it's if I can easily get it, right? How come I can't currently, right, get the historical data from
Wait right now.
the stuff I've gotten, right? Because you looked and we couldn't find it, right? So how come it's not available? Publicly available data? How come I can't get the historical data for cheap? There's something about this that's kind of strange.
When the mindset been high,
Yeah.
been taught, but daylight's here like it's reborn.
Yeah, but I'm just asking you, right? I'm trying to get a year of... Wait, hold on. What's my model right now? This is weird. This is bad responses. Strange. Yeah, but I'm just asking, can we get a year of historical data for the particular data that we're collecting? Because we want to backfill some of our data. So we don't have to build it all from scratch. But we don't need 10, 20 years. We just need a year or two. Yeah, I'm kind of asking you to find these smaller players that will give us the data we need. So can you do that? If it doesn't, for some reason it's responding really strangely right now. It's just instantly giving me a response. A little suspicious. No, I chose the Opus. I will switch to Gemini on my desktop. And once this runs and we validate, then we're going to add these questions. The rest of our... Oh, we already did that, actually. We'll test it out. Are these the only patterns that we need? I mean, there's a lot more other types of questions on the admin insights page. Or did you just add the... like, take a look at all the questions. We have tons of questions. Yeah, an insights page. Isn't there a lot more?
Silence speaks when the mind's at ease. Been high, been through, been torn, so torn. But daylight's here, like it's reborn. Phone dry, still I'm on alert. Doors closed.
Yes, this question doesn't quite work.
Signs hit, but they don't say when.
For this chart.
Could be now, yeah, could be then.
All right, this... Yeah, can you evaluate here? I mean, I see that we're not really including the PE ratio on the scatter plot here. Is there any way we could fix this? Could we represent E ratio given this chart? Basically, can we answer the question given the scatter plot? But are we fully representing the range of charts? So, for example, in the admin insights page, you can choose multiple types of charts for each question. Are we actually creating this type of situation also in LM service logic? Yeah, color encoding. X-axis starting PE ratio. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I mean, whatever you design, those should be robust, right? In the sense that, like, we need to make sure that we choose the axis based on what the question is asking, right? Try to identify what went wrong here, right? Like, how do we prevent future or like kind of weird flaky errors like this where we're giving a chart that doesn't answer the question?
Silent space when the mind's at ease. Been and I've been through, but daylight's here like it's reborn. Phones that whisper.
Will this actually work end to end though? Did you make sure, like, so for example, when we generate the today's brief, how will this work, right?
Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt.
Like, will the full generation of today's brief work with the changes you just made?
Could be now, yeah, it could be then.
Thanks, LG. Rate limiting. Yeah, something's a little weird right now. I don't really know what. I feel like the generation is a little bad at the moment. Because it seems to be going much faster, which is suspicious. Much faster, and the generation here is not very good. Will this work for all charts? This is a good change if it works for all charts.
Silence speaks when the mind's at ease.
Okay, I will generate a new brief for today, and we're going to test new charts.
Wait, right now.
Oh, I should wait. I'm just gonna stop it.
Phone dry, still I'm on alert. Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Yeah. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Could be now, yeah, could be then.
Okay, double check everything. Also, I want you to check the force regenerate true logic. So what happens here exactly? Do we does it just delete all the charts, delete all the data, and then it starts a regeneration? Because there was some issue yesterday where it was like I had to delete in the database myself. So I want to check that. Sorry.
Sky's been gray, still feel elated. Been on edge and that edge feel true. Not easy. But it's breaking through. Filtered whisper. Phone dry. Still I'm on alert.
So what you did here, does this work for all charts, or did you just implement this specifically for the scatter plot?
Doors closed, but I'm past the hurt. Signs hit, but they don't say when. Never do. Could be now. Yeah, could be
Does the chart carousel work now? So now that we're returning a set of charts, like there needs to be some logic to generate multiple charts now. Before, I think it was always one, but now that we actually hooked this up, do you think it will work? Take a look at the chart carousel and how that's hooked up.
Sky's been gray, still feel elated. Been on edge, and that edge feel true. Not yet.
So how exactly is it catching the error? Can you explain what it's doing?
But it's
I am very suspicious. It like suddenly the past like prompts that we've been doing, it like suddenly sped up. Everything's much faster. Some of the charts were very, I mean, some of the generations were very bad. I'm kind of wondering, even though it says I'm Opus 4.5, it's a little strange. But ultimately, we're about to tell what's going to happen, right? When I generate this, and I mean, once I start it, I have a feeling it's going to the types of stuff that we've done here, which is fine. We can just go back to what it was before. But I'm very skeptical. So that's going to take a little bit, because it's got to totally regen everything.
Sky's been gray, still feel elated. Been on edge, and that edge feel true. Not yet, not yet, but it's breaking through.
I'm going to wait to do any code changes because I need to wait for it to generate. So I'm just going to chill for a little bit. Does any code changes update? And going on. Wait, I'm sorry. Did you actually build an explicit parser to do this? Like, it actually extracts out the words? If so, this is very bad. Yeah, that's horrible. We're discard all the changes if it did that. Yeah, that's horrible. Did you see how fast that's generated? Something's whack. Something does not make sense. I'm going to restart Cloud Code. I'm probably going to discard all these changes, these recent ones. Or read the code, I guess, a little bit, just to see how badly. I don't even see any. Heck. Wait, where did you put the explicit parser? Where is it? I see the problem. Wow. Okay, and all the questions I've asked you recently, what files did you modify? So I was asking these questions in the wrong project. So it's been doing, in these particular questions, it's been doing a bunch of stuff. That's why it was running so fast. Great. It didn't modify any existing files. What the hell did it even build anyways? That's funny. All right, I'll discard this. At the very least, it didn't modify the important stuff. This is all our data that we've made here. Oh, I see. I made all these verdict files. We could go through all of these. There's a lot to read here, I'm sure. Okay, cool. We can go through all the questions and answers. Verizon leads by score. That's kind of surprising. I guess people like, generally when they buy the VR stuff, they like it for a while. Interesting. Huh. ChatGPT is actually a higher score. But I kind of wanted the... Okay, TikTok has the worst recent sentiments. Interesting. Facebook has the best? Huh. But I wanted a lot of these questions to be more related to the sentiments stuff that we built, because that's where we get the most interesting results. I'm gonna commit first though. I actually committed yes store. Fine. So I'm gonna put this over here. We do not want to use that one. So we did do this. So what I'm trying to figure out now is I asked a bunch of questions on this project. Let's figure out which parts that I thought I did. I'm going to put it back over on the other project. Yes, I remember now. Yes, okay. With that said, let's go ahead and test what the new, oh, we got a new 500. Probably related to the, so we got a 500. Trying to figure out this 500. Go ahead and copy it, and there should be an error. There was a 500. Do you see any errors here? We got a 500 on our regenerate, so I'm trying to check it out. Guess I'll try another regeneration. I have to delete it from the database. Okay, this one is uncertain, but this commit is definitely certain that we had questions. I think maybe we got rate limited by Y Finance. That's why we got good stuff. That too. Oh yeah, keep this one over here. While we wait, I'm gonna do one thing with this project. So currently a lot of the questions we asked out of those 30 questions were just sort of like comparing, the ratings one versus another, things like this. I want most of those questions, so let's create a POC two, to be related to our sentiment analysis that we do. So if you look at our sentiment analysis where we came up with this idea of like the reviews to downloads for the day and getting engagement, I want most of these questions to be kind of like this, comparing between two companies and things like this. Let's make, you know, actually, let's make all the questions related to that, right? So generate another, we're going to do the same process and another 30 questions and build another POC in the same structure as the first POC. I'm going to watch this a little more carefully here. Last time we got a 500, so I'm going to make sure I don't miss the error. I think we couldn't find it for some reason. All right. Looks like it failed force save daily insights. Interesting. Perfect. That's what we were looking for. This is the error we got on force regeneration. Looks like maybe some. I'll let it identify. I don't know if it's related to the time, but maybe more related to how it's saved the data. Oh, look at this. We actually have the carousel. Interesting. Okay, the highlighted bar. Okay, I think the highlighted bar and the bar chart are like exactly the same. So where's that? And then this is the range band chart, but I don't think it's makes sense to choose that for this question. And let's fix the loading so it looks a little better. It should be like a little more, make it look nicer. This is that December tends to do better. It's the table. Yeah, this one's kind of boring. Boring question. Boring charts. One thing that's weird though is like when I do the force regeneration, I should get new questions. It did the same questions. So let's fix that. Thanks, Babel. Wait, why is the chat clear? There's like nothing. Like it got deleted or something. Although I can't really take too much credit because I actually really enjoy this. I always look forward to every morning working on this, so kind of hard to take too much credit there. Oh, my screen froze again. Yeah, sorry. Right now we're waiting on two things. We're generating a whole new proof of concept with better questions. More interesting to read on our data collection at the mobile apps. And then this one, we're trying to add more. We want to build this carousel so people can see different chart types for each question, like all the acceptable chart types. Like maybe one is not super great. But right now there's a little bit of UI stuff related to that loading. And then also we need to make sure all the charts make sense for each question and remove ones that don't. Prune out stuff that doesn't look good and doesn't make sense. But I'm optimistic because this page, our chart prototyping lab today, we've made some really cool stuff, in my opinion. So it's just a matter of porting that over to this page and kind of getting everything set up. And then we'll have all the good stuff here too. Oh, I see. It seemed like when I did the force regeneration, like I generate the I click generate today's brief, right? And I do the force flag, right? It doesn't actually regenerate everything. It doesn't regenerate the questions and things like this. When we do the generate today's brief, it should regenerate the whole thing. Delete. Basically, it should start off deleting in Firebase the charts and also deleting the insights for today, and then restart everything. We shouldn't have any artifacts left, and then yeah, that is it. They've identified maybe what happened there. Oh yeah, there we go. This is what's happening. So it needs to delete everything first, then generate it again. I think that'll work. Cool, let's do it. All right, so we got our new questions too and answers. Switch to the other tab. Just gonna read the verdict area. So we got our queries. These are, start with the first 5. Digital bank has better user satisfaction. This is the actual. Okay. Oh, this is fun. Yeah. So we get the recent sentiment between Cbank and Bank Jago. These are both Indonesian banks. So you can see Cbank has way less negative reviews, way more ratings. Dominates. Cool. Okay, let's look at the next question. ECA versus Brimo. This is a simple question, so let's move on to the next one. I like the sentiment one, so the third. Interesting. Okay. So those are also banks, Southeast Asia. Star ratio. Oh yeah, sure. So Cbank is just absolutely murdering it as far as that goes. What does that mean? Bank. Which challenger bank is winning? Oh, that's not related. Gotcha. Okay. Move on to the next questions. I think those are pretty good. I'm gonna look at the meta ones. So Facebook versus Instagram versus TikTok. Social media sentiment comparison. Let's look. Recent. These are the most recent 1,000 reviews. And it's using our kind of algorithm thing that we built. So Facebook has the lowest, TikTok has the highest. It's kind of maybe a little bit unexpected. Oh, my screen froze. Oh no, no it didn't. Good. On with declining sentiment. Meta Horizon versus VR chat. Rec Room wins on every metric compared to Meta VR. Instagram beats TikTok on scale and sentiment. So it seems like Instagram maybe has better sentiment recently. Interesting. These are the yeah, 19 is interesting. Consumer app significantly outperforms. Robin Hood sentiment. Interesting. Users are deeply dissatisfied. I'd be interested to learn what there. Cool. I think that was pretty good. I'm gonna commit that. Oh, nice. Cool. We got one of our new charts. This is a good one, actually. What is the average trading trajectory? That's fun. All right, I'm gonna tweet that one. Let's see. So nice. So we got the carousel actually worked. That was really surprising. Kind of assumed it just wouldn't. I generated 2 questions. Don't really know why. Okay. So it looks like scatter plot. So this isn't the scatter plot, so it's a little bit confusing. Range band.
Betten, hab mich in diesen niemals enden. Silhouetten, trostlos schweigend eingereiht und bleibe immer isoliert. Wie eingeschneit. Ja, isoliert wie eingeschneit.
Where's it going? Why is it taking so long to load? Sure. My computer's fan is running. And check Firebase too to see, make sure it cleaned up all the charts after it force regenerated a bunch of stuff. Nice. It worked great actually. Okay, but why isn't it loading? I don't understand that. I'm gonna try in another browser. It's just a browser thing, I guess. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna regenerate all this. Oh, it already regenerated. Cool. So I'm gonna tweet this one. So it shows up on our Twitter. Let's look at what it looks like. Hopefully it works with the new charts. Let's see here. Okay. So we broke or at least we didn't implement that. The new charts, at the very least. So when I tried to tweet, I think it's probably related to the carousel logic, right? Because like we're adding all these names. When I tried to tweet the, not here. Oh no, it is here. Tweet the chart. The tweet showed up, but not the chart. So we might need to change some of the logic there based on the chart carousel stuff. Because I think we named the files differently. So this is in the admin page. Did it find it? I don't really like how you're implementing this. I think it's like really, you know, whatever we do here should be maintainable, right? Like, can you explain your thought process here for what you're doing? There shouldn't be like weird fallback logic and all this stuff, right? Like it just adds bugs. Like either works or doesn't, right? So go ahead and understand, you know, we have these naming conventions, right? So we have like different charts for each one. The user basically on the admin page, right? They're choosing which chart to use, right? So you need to re-implement some of that chart carousel stuff there, right? And then based on what they select, that's the one you're going to use. And, you know, the naming convention you can find, right? So you don't need to do any fallback logic. So go ahead and re-implement that. Put the chart carousel in the admin page. For some reason, this browser's having a little bit of trouble. There we go. Now we gotta fix this bug. Can you explain to me what's happening with Robinhood and Mobile Legends sentiment analysis? Do we actually store the actual problem? I'm curious. Like when we analyze this stuff, are we actually storing more details about the reviews than just that it's negative? Yeah, Ricardo, I think you're totally right, actually. Like, I think you're totally right in the sense that, like, whatever we select in the chart carousel, we should believe that's the best chart to show, right? Maybe the user can cycle through and look at different charts. I think that's a really good point. It's like, why would the user want to see different charts with the same thing? The only reason is that we suck at choosing charts, so we leave it up to the user to figure out which chart makes sense. That's not a very good user experience, though. Like, it's also a little bit confusing, right? Like when you cycle through charts, like this carousel, you're going to expect a different chart, right? With different questions. You're not going to expect the same question over and over again. Just a different style of showing the outcome. So again, Ricardo is probably right. But the good news is we can just undo this stuff. We don't need to worry about it. I think yeah. I probably will just undo what we've done here as far as the carousel. The other stuff is good, right? Are you kind of on the same page, Ricardo? Do you think what I said makes sense? I think well, it's what you said, but me explaining what you said again, how I think about it. A user clicks this, it's like, okay, it doesn't even totally work, so it's fine, but I'm going to remove it. All right, so we're actually going to remove the chart carousel. Our job is to choose the best chart, right? So this whole idea there is a file here that we're going to just undo, I think. Actually, it's great. The way that we segmented the commits, we can just undo a lot of this stuff. And it's fine, totally fine. So we're going to totally undo the chart carousel stuff, right? Like on the home page and on the tweet page. The reason is because, well, it doesn't really matter what the reason is. Our job is to choose the best chart, right? So although we have multiple charts that we can, I feel like, Ricardo, you have a pretty good like sense of the user. Like, oh, I respect that. You give consistently good ideas. I think sometimes it's like you want to give the user options, right? And so you're like, I'm going to add this thing. But then if it just confuses the user because you added something that should be internal, you got to watch out for that, I guess. Not everything should be maximally customizable. You should only add the customization if it's like definitely going to improve the experience. I think you need a document pipeline for UX and UI. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're talking about like a Figma or something. Yeah, we could definitely do that. Thanks for the good luck. So we're gonna, our job is to choose the best chart. Like, we're not gonna allow, the user does not need to go and select what chart makes sense. Like, so you can go ahead and remove all of that, both from the admin and the tweet page. The reason I don't just discard everything is because we do have actually good stuff here. Like, I could go in and discard everything, but unfortunately we would lose some good stuff. Like, right. Wait, regenerate on demand. Strange. Oh, I see. It's not going to store it in Firestore. That's fine. Yeah, just generate it if we need it. Guess that's okay. Yeah, we're going to need to refactor this file too because it's being a little bit stupid. Apple doesn't Apple doesn't give you options, just a curated vibe. Yes, I agree. And the user here, we're probably targeting like an Apple user in some sense. The kind of user that just wants it to work and make sense. Someone who just wants to read and look at the cool stuff, not so much like customize. I mean, we do have customization though. Maybe we do most of the customization for them. Oh, sorry, the music is horrible. I wasn't paying attention because the headphones are off. What's the new naming convention for the tweets? Like if I tweet a chart, because I'm going to rename the charts in the database. I like them. Like, is it just like chart 0, chart 1? Because I'm going to tweet, but I don't want to delete everything. Okay, so we're actually still generating all the different types of charts. We're just not displaying the carousel. Is that kind of the logic you've done here? It's not a bad idea because we can always, that way we can validate, hey, did it choose the right chart? Don't make any code changes here. I just want to know the answers to my questions. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So if I tweet now, is it using the right naming convention based on the tweet that it's showing in the analysis chart? Like, is it gonna grab the right thing from Firebase? Don't want to tweet again because I don't want to be spammed. I mean, labeled as spam. I'll have to delete it. Okay, so it says it should work. We will give it a shot. I got this when I tried to tweet. Lied to me. Told me it would work. But it's better than it tweeting, and I have to delete it. Okay, let me look. Worked. Oh, well, no. But for some reason the chart wasn't there. Let me look at the logs. It's oh, good. There's some errors. Like it tweeted, but it didn't put the chart in the tweet. Oh, it did. It just did. What the hell? I did tweet twice though. Great. So the tweet looks like this. This is great. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. I like that it's topical. Oh, but sometimes it tweets twice. Same thing. Oh no, we did that on purpose because it's two different charts. Oh, it froze again. This is the current chart. Okay, now do we commit this? That is the question. We look at the homepage again. I'm gonna try to figure out what happened here first. Probably just have. So it looks like we chose the range band chart for this question. Is that the issue? Is that why it's Is it because we put in a type of chart that shouldn't have been chosen for this question? Or is there something else at play? Yeah, exactly. Let's do some keyword analysis. Complaint patterns. Topic extraction. Yeah, let's put all those in there as well, because we might want to track like trends. Like for example, you know, maybe there's a spike of lag on certain seasons or something like that, you know, like, so we want to put all of those in, we want to track that every day. So add all of those. Yeah, I mean, the chart is not working right because it's like one data point and there's like one x-axis 1 month. So I think what it is like it's choosing the wrong x-axis. That's sort of what's happening here. Can you Can you validate this though? Just idea, leverage news API to get the topical ideas for the tweets are about, leverage NLP. We are doing some of that, right? So we actually already are doing that. We get the news every day and that we actually feed that into figuring out what's topical. We also look at seasonality, whether it's the beginning of the month, you know, whether it's a holiday, this kind of thing. So we consider a few things. Yep, that makes sense. So what should the x-axis have been for this question? It's kind of weird. That's a histogram. Yeah, exactly. Interesting. Yeah, so let's go ahead and make sure that in the future we don't have the range band being chosen for this type of question, right? So first of all, before you continue, how can we identify whether something's going to be a histogram type of question versus the range band kind of question? That way we can remove this situation in the future. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's go ahead and do this. Yep. And also, before you continue, actually, before you go, do we have a histogram graph? I can't remember. Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and create one. So we'll create a histogram. Make sure to put it in the admin insights page as well. And then the second thing you're going to implement is what we talked about. So make sure we don't choose the range band for something that we should use the histogram. So you're going to need to modify our patterns a little bit to, clarify that. I imagine we're going to be doing this kind of thing a lot because just the nature of it, right? Like we're going to have to clean up what situations for each chart. It's not like super clear. It is what it is. Just an intermediary update here. Okay, so this is fun. Look at this. So we now know we're now storing the types of complaints that are most common in the last 1,000 reviews. So Robinhood's is customer support, phone number, logged out, won't let. Mobile Legends is matchmaking complaints, which is true. I've played Mobile Legends. It's really annoying. Competitive play is just sort of like so opaque. Anyways, Steam, create account, Steam card. That's probably people getting locked out of their account. Mobile app. Universal crash, login issues, account issues, fintech, money missing, transfer failed, fraud, scam. So did you run this already and store it, or are you going forward? Nice. Okay, so currently, how many reviews are we getting for each app? And, roughly how much for each app? How many reviews per day are we grabbing for each one of these? And then give me the total reviews that we are grabbing each day and estimate. Oh, it's doing something. Well, we'll see. We'll try out the histogram after it's done. Chart type. Okay, let's test out our new histogram. Not here. How do we, which question is it? Range of returns? That's probably this one, right? Cool, let's check the, I don't see it. I'm not seeing the histogram in the admin insights page. Did you add it? Okay, so we're gonna get about 8,000 reviews a day. Save this. That's a lot of reviews. I was surprised that's just easy to do. Okay, this is interesting. So we're getting the 200 newest. So what we're trying to figure out is, we're trying to do sampling, right? So we need to know how many reviews do we need to grab to statistically be able to analyze the sentiment, right? Is 200 enough given the amount of reviews per day per app, right? So we're going to need to do some math here. Go ahead and make a new doc. Figure out how much per day, how many reviews per day we need for each app to say statistically that what we have is valid, right? And we're going to keep doing, we're going to have to do this for every new app. So we need to build this as a kind of a script as well that we can run whenever we're adding a new app, if that makes sense, to our pipeline. Okay, we got our new histogram. Should show for the range. Which question? Which question will trigger the histogram so I can try it out? So it is the low volume gains distribution. Oh, it's the distribution category right here. Let's try one that works. Then we'll go ahead and regenerate our daily analysis and see what that turns out to be. It's almost the end of the day, so it's perfect for the sending out emails and stuff. Let's see what it's done, I guess, while we wait. I'll take a little bit. Changed a few things. I'm a little confused because I kind of thought it would change more in this file here. Otherwise, it's not going to choose. It's not going to fix our problem, I think. Oh no, this is passed into the. I just changed the comments. Changing the comments doesn't do anything. I'm a little confused. We'll ask. Oh, nice. That looks pretty good. Does it make sense, though? Let's read it. Quiet rally. It doesn't answer the question. When the SB posts a modest positive day, exceptionally low volume, what is the distribution of returns over the next month? Well, I mean, it's good that it's a normal distribution. That's probably what it's always going to be. That's probably right. Okay, the next question is, so I noticed you didn't change much in the LLM service. How is this going to fix the problem where it shows the range band for this question? Because don't we need to change that? So you remember it just chose like the range band for this and it was like the 1 month point. So if you didn't change the LM service, how is it going to choose the histogram? Does one still think that this is a valid choice? So we should use this histogram for this question, is the idea. All right, guys, I'm going to go grab another coffee. I'll be back. Let's see if it changed a few things. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's not good. Yes, yes. The only thing about your reactive approach, I feel like it's going to cause like weird bugs. Do you agree? I mean, like, why? So basically, can you explain what this validation would do? I don't want to add any weird logic that like is going to mess with our charts because it just creates a lot of bugs. This is one major problem is like, you kind of have to watch it. Just make sure it's not adding weird fallbacks and all sorts of things. Because it just... Yeah, exactly. Silently changing the chart type is very confusing. Yeah, exactly. Remove that reactive logic. Also, can you please yeah, just go ahead and do that, but can you make a document, not a document. You can go ahead and mask it too. Can you go through and find any other examples like this where we're like creating some weird like fallback logic or switching the chart because it didn't do something? We really want to avoid this going forward, so we're going to try to find anything strange like this. But don't change it yet. Just point it out to me if you see anything else like this and where you're changing the code. Yeah, I was gonna wait. Why would we not do option C, right? Tiered based on this app volume. Wouldn't that make the most sense? Can you undo that? I mean, we're just talking right now, so just create a plan for how we would do this. And on the current apps, create a doc of like, or in that same doc, put what the number would be, right? But we're not going to actually implement it quite yet. We're changing the number that we're grabbing. Yeah, get rid of all of that. Like no fallback. So get rid of 3, 4, 5, 6, and the 1, 2. Yeah, that's perfect. So some of the bugs that we were running into was exactly this problem. So you do have to be very careful about that stuff like that because it's kind of a little frustrating, the bug. It's kind of a prompt, you know, that you kind of should remember is like a lot of the bugs that we probably have are every once in a while are related to that. So given this analysis here, would we hit our rate limit based if we did the amount that you recommended for these apps? Great. So how many apps would we have to add for this to become an issue? How many do we make a doc, basically of what you just said, or add it to our original doc? And then add also, how many apps would we need to add for this to become an issue given what we're currently doing? Okay. So based on what we've done here, where we changed the LLM service prompt, do you think this will likely work with how you've prompted to use the histogram versus the range band? Test. So based on how we implemented this, do you think this will likely work? Just changing the LLM service to select between the range band and the histogram. How likely do you think this is to work? We could add 39 apps. Okay. Oh no, we could have 450 more apps. Nice. Oh, this is good. That's a lot of data. I like it. This is gonna be fun. So many charts. We'll have the most charts. And we'll select the most interesting questions every day. Show. It's worth a shot. We did test it on the Advanced Insights page. Yeah, maybe add a pattern 23 example. Might help a bit. Cool. So I think we can push a few things. That could work. It could work. I think I'm reasonably optimistic. And, if it doesn't, we can always, we're the ones determining whether we will show it or not. So. Histogram chart. I think what I'm going to do is regenerate the daily analysis again. So maybe we just do this, right? Let's maybe add 450 more apps. Let's maybe just choose the top 450. Well, actually, before we do that, what do you think our criteria should be for choosing these 450 apps that we're going to include? That's true. Top X apps from each major category. I kind of like that. Gives us a nice breadth understanding. I'm trying to think, should we include some smaller apps too? Does have any value? And we can always replace one if we feel like it's important. Yeah, let's just add. So we'll do the category coverage. Let's just do the category coverage. And let's just do 400 because we don't want to test the rate caps too much, because let's do 200 because we might want to do some testing and stuff like this. So let's just do 100. Let's just add 100 and do the yeah, let's just do 100 and choose the top X apps from each category. Oh, I'm changing my mind again. Let's do 50. No, let's do 30. But then add their competitors for each of the 30. You know what? I'm gonna make the list myself because I have just companies I'm interested in. I don't really just make it real quick. Maybe Netflix, Uber, I think they have an app, Duolingo. Some other ones I'm interested in. Does AppSumo have an app? I'm not really sure. I'll double check that later. Let's just add these for now. I'll come back and add the rest. Nice. This is the first time we actually got 3 charts that are pretty legit with no bugs. This is good. I'm not sure the histogram is so useful though. It's just going to be a normal distribution every time. Okay. What's the third one? Yeah. For some reason we keep getting this Santa Claus thing, even though we already specified. So we keep getting this Santa Claus rally question, but like we didn't. Can you double check? I believe we were passing in the prior questions, right? And we're saying not to ask the same questions. So is this an LLM error, or did we actually make a mistake and not include this? Did the 10-year drop today? 40 basis points? Oh, it did. Oh, that's kind of interesting, no? So, very good returns. Nice, that's pretty good. It's actually pretty solid. It's staying in the news account. Oh, same old stuff here. Cool. Let's see here. Yeah, exactly. I think add that, we really want to avoid asking the same question twice within a week of so really do put that there, right? After a week, it's probably okay if we're asking a similar question. But just make it very clear we don't want to repeat the same questions and not to take priority over the diversity instruction. Okay, and I think another thing, I'm gonna deprioritize this chart. I'm gonna make a ranking list, right? of our best charts for now. Well, no, I'm not going to do that. Never mind. I think I'm just going to deprioritize this chart, this one chart, because it's so basic. Use a... maybe not. I don't know. It's fine. Okay, we gotta fix the formatting. The formatting on the inline chat is weird when it comes in with like the MD, you know, double asterisks, etc. Number two, there's a second issue when we send the chart to the chat, and we send it. It doesn't actually send the image to the model. We need to make sure that when the user has an image in the research tab in the chat, that it's sending to the model and the multimodal is enabled. We will see. That prompt is pretty bad, but what happened to our ask to? That's gone. We gotta add that back. Hey Keys, how's it going? Oh, yeah. Nowadays we're gonna start at 5 to 6 a.m. PST, so we're settling in on a time. But thanks, yeah. I think we're making good progress on this thing. I'm pretty happy with it. I think what I'm gonna do too is make a little demo page with all the different types of data and charts, because right now, in order for me to demo this, I have to actually go in and generate it, which takes quite a bit of time. So I'm just going to make a page that has a bunch of examples of the stuff we can make, so it's easier to show what we're doing. Right now I'm fixing a few bugs. But this is a chart we generated today that was fun. Let me show you. Now this one here. Okay, I think we have a few charts like this that look pretty nice. Okay, so now total, how many apps do we have in our data pipeline? Is it 66? Did you already run the script to update everything, or yeah, let's go ahead and collect the data for today. Just overwrite all of the previous data that we have thus far. We need a way to reset. Now, given that we're currently in testing phase, we need a way to reset the indexes and everything, right? Because I think we're storing the indexes for reviews, right? Where are we storing that? Can we have like a little clear script that's just gonna clear and set everything back to 0? So, because right now we're still testing and building our data pipeline, so we don't really want to keep an index here at the moment. But we do. We just want to be able to reset it. Yeah, anti-gravity I've been having a lot of issues with recently. It's just very slow. Can't really accomplish my goals. So I'm the same, find destiny. Okay, another thing, when I hover over, I don't see the, send chart to AI button anymore. Please add that on the charts. So that way people, if they have questions, they can, I think we removed that at some point, but hopefully the logic is still there for sending it. And it's just a UI thing. Nice, we reset data. So if I just delete checkpoints.json, it'll reset our checkpoints, and then we can start from scratch, basically. Or is it required I have to delete everything? Let's see if it actually added that. Oh, nice, perfect. Yep. Click that, perfect. I got this error. What do you think? That was what Gemini returned. So I must maybe not be enabling the flag. What the heck is this? I don't like this at all, whatever this is. Oh, I see. It's just a, never mind. It's actually fine. It's formatting the response. Let's do. Really sure. It's probably fine. My screen froze again. Okay, it says it fixed it. Let's try it out. Same issue. Is it related to the, the fact that we enabled, look up like, are we allowed to enable multimodality if we have the thinking and the web search enabled? Wait, what about a situation where is there any, can we do like pagination with these reviews? Can we go back in time? Is that possible? Or is this only something we can do recently? Like we can always only get by recent? Okay, let's try this, I suppose. I think this is probably the issue, so we'll see if it works. It's the same situation, but I do see it still says the view reasoning search the web thing. So I think whatever thing you did there, it still didn't trigger. You need some way of checking. Hey, did we send an image? We sent an image. You disabled the reasoning in search. Just sends multimodal. Hey Shri, how's it going? We're making some really good progress. We've added 60 or 70 apps to our data pipeline where we're collecting all sorts of things. We're going to add that to our app at some point. And we answered tons of questions about companies. That was fun. And we made a bunch of different charts. Today we did a lot of stuff. It's pretty smooth going. So now we have quite a few different charts. We had a ton of questions. Types of questions that will come in the newsletter. Pretty stoked. And we have one chart in particular I really like. This one here. I really like this. It's called like a spaghetti chart or something. Spaghetti plot. So that was a new one we added. Right now we're trying to fix this bug that keeps coming up with the sending charts to chat. This one we got an error at least. I almost prefer the error over just just not working. At least with the error, we have a place to go. Okay, we'll try again. Looks like it's still doing the thinking. Yeah, can you please search this up, right? Like, look up the docs. What does it have to be, to accept the multimodal image? Clearly right now, it's either we're not sending the right image type, right? Maybe we're sending JPEG, STP, PNG, something like this, or you can't enable all these flags, right? Either maybe only enable one, the other. So do a search and find it, the information. Hey, Christopher, how's it going? We're just going to do a search, I think. Okay, cool. We can paginate and go backwards. That's cool. Okay, so let's do, we're going to call this POC3. POC3, we're going to run our reset script. We're going to reset all the data. We're going to run it now with our 70 apps. In POC3, we're going to generate 30 more questions. The questions should be similar to POC2 in the sense that they're more interesting. They're not just like rating analysis. But now we have a lot more companies to ask questions about. So do that. It's the same process. And let's, yeah, that's basically it. That's going to be a lot of data. Be like 60 documents. It's going to be, we're about to make 180 documents. Yeah, sounds good, Christopher. Nice. Yes, that's fun. Yeah, feel free to join our Discord, man. It's like people building. Put it in the description. If you haven't already, maybe you already did. Okay, I think it probably found the issue. So we had to search up the docs, and I think it will adapt to what we've done. To the right thing. Maybe outdated, outdated information in the model. It's likely the case. Okay, it says it fixed it. I'm more optimistic this time. Let's try it out. Oh, dang it. All right, still no. Let's try a drastic approach to fixing this. You know, there's got to be some... I mean, maybe it's the search, right? Oh, right. I see on the chat, right? It still says search the web, right? So somehow you did not disable it totally for attaching the image. Try to figure out what that would be. Okay. Looks like it's just adding some logs. In which case, you know, that might help a bit. Let's try. Okay, I'm gonna plug this in. Oh, it looks like it has an error. Perfect. That'll help. Somehow, I think what's happening is whatever we're sending, maybe some sort of corrupted image or something. Okay, part method doesn't take a positional. Okay, cool. Let's try again. Okay, I'm optimistic this time. Yay, it worked. Niceness. That's cool. Okay. However, there's probably a lot of weird code added. Let's try to fix it. Oh, actually, nothing. No weird stuff. Great. Looks good. Okay, we have this one running. In the meantime, hopefully it finishes by the 8 hours and we can read it and call it a day. I think we did a lot today. Oh, it just finished. Perfect. All right, so let's read our POC3. This has the most data out of all the ones we've done so far today. As you can see, I'm going to start with, so we deleted a lot of our prior data here because we replaced it. Now we have, let me actually go directly to the project. This is all of our data that we've collected now. What it is per app, looks like, so let's kind of dive in here. So this is the rec room. I'll kind of share some of the stuff we're storing. These are the recent reviews, but we have a lot of different types of data that we store. So this is the actual review data. These are the insights from the review data. And then there should be one more. This is kind of I think it's like a global analysis. However, I feel like I'm wondering there should be a lot more of these. Because we did add 60 apps, so I'm wondering if it only added the ones for the data for these two, that are the daily metrics. I'm gonna ask that question. So in the POC3, in the daily metrics, I don't see 60 apps. I just see basically the 8. Is the idea here that the other ones are the competitors? We're not updating the daily metrics. I think that's what it is. So these are our main apps, and then everything else it's getting their competitors, putting it together, and then using the competitor analysis to inform what it puts here. So now let's go ahead and see kind of some of our insights on this data. But first, yeah, I see. I kind of wanted this POC3 to be very similar to POC2. I wanted it to break down by category. And I think this time I put it all in one file. So I'm going to try to understand that. In the POC3, it seems like we're not really breaking down by category. Can you explain exactly how we're doing it differently for this one? So, okay, the general idea though is it's going to be similar, that we're answering a bunch of different types of questions. So this is an example. These are our queries. Meta Horizon versus VR Chat versus Rec Room, which leads VR Social. That one's kind of a simple one. But we're going to be able to answer all these questions within the app. And then based on the user's portfolio holdings, we will provide the question, the answer blurred probably, unless they have the full plan. And we're going to start with the 60 apps. I guess right now it's 8 or something for the daily metrics, but we're going to expand it. Yeah. Yeah, can we do the same structure as POC2? So that way we can, and it should have those the 3 files. So, but anyways, to summarize for today, we did a lot of stuff. We added a lot of charts. We answered a lot of questions, new questions. We expanded our Deep Insights feature. So, for example, we were able to answer all of these questions with the new data we've brought in. Not all of these questions yet. We're still kind of in this section, using the app data. We brought in Google App, Play Store data. We can't quite track VR users, but we can kind of do a little bit of a proxy between how the Meta Horizon app is doing. And long term though, we're going to try to start to answer more and more complex questions. And we're going to build our own data sets, which is what we're doing here with this new project. Think of it as it's going to be a feeder project for our research. And that was one aspect of what we did. And the other aspect for what we did today is on the not here, but on this this admin panel, we added some new questions. Ricardo gave us some great ideas as far as like cool questions. So we added a Buffett and Teal section. We added new charts, like this one, which I think is cool. Sorry if anyone has already seen this, but I'm just kind of summarizing for the end, you know, in case anyone's skipping to this point. You know, it's kind of like get a good overview for what we've done. And yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the progress for today. I'm going to head out now, but see you guys later.